Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and I think today is going to be a big day for Raider Nation because I'm a believer. Timing is everything in the NFL. Certain dominoes have already begun to fall. If you did not see the breaking news that literally just happened, Joe Brady just signed a 5-year extension deal with the Buffalo Bills, and he is now the new head coach for Buffalo. What does that mean for Raider Nation? I think it's a really good sign for the nation because I'll say this. We're going to talk about Klint Kubiak today. We're going to talk about Brian Daboll. We're going to talk about Davis Webb because all I'm going to do today, I'm going to go full-on draft mode, full-on free agency mode. I'm live all day today. If you want to hang out with me for 6 hours, I'm going to be here for the next 6 hours. Now, if the Raiders end up hiring a head coach, well, then we're going to mix and match the show a little bit, and we're going to talk about the news that ended up going down. If no Raiders hiring happens today, I have a feeling that one might end up going down today. Again, based on what Adam Schefter reported yesterday, he said that he believed that all 4 of the head coach openings would be filled by Wednesday. I know today's not Wednesday, but the Bills' job, I think we would all agree. They got Josh Allen, probably the top job out there. That job is now filled. So now it's the Browns, the Cardinals, and the Raiders. I would easily say that the Raiders' job is the best amongst those jobs. But at the exact same time, who exactly could the Raiders decide to go with? So anytime updates happen on today's program, I'm going to be live. We're going to be talking about it, whether it's Raiders, whether it's NFL. We're going to be answering questions. That's what today's live show is all about. If you got questions, get them in. Hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. You can skip the line. At any point that NFL news ends up going down today, we're going to discuss it. If there's rumors around the Browns, if there's rumors around the Cardinals, if there's rumors around OC, DC, whoever the hell it is, because at this point, I know I'm not the only one going absolutely nuts, wondering who the hell is going to be the next Raiders head coach. And if you haven't already, make sure you go vote at that live poll up above, whether you want it to be Davis Webb, Klint Kubiak, Brian Daboll, or somebody else. And I'm not surprised that 71% of the votes for Klint Kubiak. I feel like over the past 24 hours, I've been making a lot of Davis Webb content, and that's simply because my contacts, my sources have been telling me a lot of things that are making me think that Davis Webb is going to be the next head coach of the Raiders. But anybody that watches this show, and if you're a real one, give me a real one down below. You guys know I'm all in on Klint Kubiak, right? And I would be ecstatic if the Raiders hired Klint. Quite frankly, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong in saying that I think Davis Webb is going to be the next head coach of the Raiders. But I also have talked to a lot of people in the NFL. Our chat sports people have reached out to a lot of people in the NFL. And I'm a believer that Klint's going to end up staying with the Seattle Seahawks. And I think it's also one of the reasons why the Bills decided to go the route that they decided to go with today. So we're going to be answering some questions. Shout out to my guy Malachi, Orlando, Killy Cow, Max Santana. Max, I want to say this, dude. I always see you on Twitter. Always liking, interacting, always having my back. I don't always get the opportunity to say thanks to each and every one of you all the time, but it's just like anything. When you guys have my back, I do notice it, and I appreciate it. So, Max, I just saw the icon down there, and I always see you interact with me, so I want to be able to show up and show out for you. Jeremy Cole, I was just talking about you the other day. One of the new guys that we hired here was like, do you have that, what is that giant bullet in the studio? And I was kind of told the whole story. I can't wait to be able to hang out with a lot of y'all in San Jose, California. John Rodriguez, Mitch, why are you on so early? I'm on early because I thought about waiting until I go live my normal time, 4 p.m. Eastern time. But like at the exact same time, I didn't want to be able to build all these shows and then have to maybe throw them right out the window because let's face it, if the Raiders hire a head coach right now, that changes everything. So what I decided to do, shout out to my guy Reed. He's in here with me today. We've had a lot of bad weather. We've already planned. If the Raiders hire Webb, I got shows ready for you to rock and roll. You're going to get a video really quick of the breaking news, and then you're going to get OC candidates, DC candidates. We've spent a little bit of extra time kind of getting that ball rolling, but, you know, I'm a normal Raider fan just like all y'all. I'm sitting around waiting. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I've talked to people that are, you know, meeting with certain candidates, But also, like, I have no idea if it's going to be Klint Kubiak. I have no idea if it's going to be Davis Webb. I got no idea who the Raiders are going to hire. I just simply relay information when I get information presented to me. And I think if anybody out there is saying they know 100% who the Raiders are going to hire, it's a hell of a guess, man. It's a hell of a guess. But I will say this, based on the information that has been given to me since Thursday to where we are now, I am a believer that Davis Webb will be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. And honestly, dude, I would love the pairing of a guy like Brian Daboll with them as an offensive coordinator. We got some more super chats to get through here in just a moment. To the 775 people here in the building right now, if you want the Raiders to hire a head coach today, make sure you click that like button, because I think that's why we're all here waiting. I can't wait anymore. I can't wait anymore. I also can't wait to tell you about today's sponsor, Prize Picks. You can make multiple player, team, and culture picks. Play $5, you get 50 in lineups. It's available in all 50 states in the big game. It's almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. If you miss fantasy football, Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week. You can pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections. I'll give you a little bit of advice when it comes to Prize Picks. If you plan on watching the big game, if you're going to be rooting for Seattle, if you're going to be rooting for New England, I would get a stack in. I would get a stack in if I'm rooting for Seattle, get a stack in on JSN. Go receiving yards, go receptions. Maybe you get a touchdown in there. And I say that because then you're going to be sitting there rooting for that to happen. Maybe you tell your wife, you tell your significant other, tell one of your kids, hey, we need number 11 to do really, really well. It's going to get them more involved in the game as well. If you plan on watching the big game, if you don't know, I am going to be live for the big game. Download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So again, y'all, I'm going to tell you the deals that we got here on today's program. And the deal that I'm looking at right now, some just popped up on my screen, and I don't know who this is from. It's from, it looks like a beat reporter from SNY, and it says that other coaching frontrunners at the moment per sources, Kubiak to the Raiders and LaFleur to the Cardinals. This is coming in from Connor H., and he's somebody from, it looks like, I can send you the tweet. See, to me yesterday, I didn't think that there was any chance in hell. I don't think there was any chance in hell that Klint Kubiak was going to be coming to the Raiders. And then, if you didn't see the video that I did this morning, one of our guys at Chat Sports received a text message, and I want to be able to make sure I get it right because he sent it to me. And the message that he sent to me, hang on, let me go through it here. Said, quote, once they're legally able to do so, the Raiders are expected to quickly finalize a deal making Klint Kubiak their next head coach. That's somebody here at Chat Sports. One of their sources sent to him, and then he sent that message to me. So I think if you're the Raiders, based on everything that I heard since Thursday, again, you got Raiders owners flying in. I was told one of the Raiders owners flew in 16 hours for the interview yesterday of Davis Webb, which no matter what tells me that they are very much interested. But the fact that they let him leave last night and the fact that there was an interview with Brian Daboll today, I do wonder if the conversation is, hey, can Davis Webb and Brian Daboll come in together as a package? And I think that's one option for the Raiders that they're hoping for. I also, though, I'm sitting back going, I think all of us deep down want Klint Kubiak. And if you told me I can go out and get a Kubiak, I think if you're the Raiders, you wait to see. You wait to see what Kubiak has to say. If Kubiak's interested in the job, now that the Bills are out of the equation, you wait until after the Super Bowl. You have to wait until after the Super Bowl. We've waited 23 years to be good. We didn't just go through a 3-win season to not get the best guy qualified for the job. I have had Klint Kubiak as number one as candidate on this job. So, to me, if you can wait, you should wait. And everybody here, I think, should want the Raiders to wait if Kubiak wants the gig. Because now the fact that the Bills are out of it, I really do think it's Kubiak is staying in Seattle, or he's going to end up coming here to the Las Vegas Raiders. And I do wonder, until Kubiak makes that official statement of, hey, I'm either staying or I'm going. I think you're going to learn a lot, and I mean a lot here today and maybe in the next 48 hours. Because, again, Schefter doesn't say something like, uh-oh. Oh, no, we're good. A report came out. This brings the Raiders' job into focus. This is from CBS's Jonathan Jones. Like, this is why I went live today, because it's going to be hectic all day today. This brings the Raiders' job into focus. Davis Webb, Brian Daboll, and Klint Kubiak are the top candidates in Las Vegas after the former Met and Buffalo job. Brady's hiring does not impact the searches in Arizona or Cleveland. So as soon as I saw Brady get hired, in my mind, I'm thinking Daboll and Davis Webb, or if the Raiders think that they can get Kubiak, then they're going to try to go get Kubiak. What do you got? What? Oh, well, breaking news. The Titans are now set to hire Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator. Interesting. So there you go. More breaking news. Brian Daboll is now going to the Tennessee Titans, which now means I think it's Davis Webb or Klint. And if you're the Raiders and you're picking here, I mean, we got to go all in on Klint, man. We got to go all in on Klint, dude. Holy shit, I hope I'm wrong. Do you think the Raiders interviewed Webb, Daboll, and Brady to get info on each other? I do think it's part of it. Oh, okay, all right. So, according to Schefter, the Titans are now set to hire former Giants head coach Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator unless Daboll gets the head coaching job for the Raiders. So that's not really what I was hoping that the Raiders would do. Now, if you told me Brian Daboll's the head coach and Davis Webb's the offensive coordinator, I don't really know if there's too much of a difference in that compared to, if we just were to flip them. But that news literally just happened that Brian Daboll is going to take the OC job with the Titans unless he ends up getting the job as a head coach here for the Las Vegas Raiders. Again, there's so much stuff happening right now. I wouldn't be shocked if we get some more information on what's going to happen today. But honestly, dude, yeah, I do think that that's one of the reasons why it happened. Will the Raiders hire a head coach today? Give me a yes. Give me a no. Let me know down below what you guys have to say. Give me a yes. Give me a no. Reed, could you give some shout-outs? I'm going to try to film a quick short here. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I mean, this is
wow.
This is already off to a hell of a start here. Shout out to the 1,000 people that are already here in the building. Will the Raiders hire a head coach today? Give me a yes. Give me a no.
There's a lot of no's here.
A lot of no's.
Saying nope. Shine saying no. Malachi saying no. Heck yes from somebody. You guys are going fast. Oh, my goodness.
All right,
Troy, Annabelle, Dwayne, Javier saying yes. Gilbert saying no.
I'm just going to record this real quick. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to record a quick short, and we're going to keep it rolling here. We got some NFL breaking news. The Tennessee Titans are expected to hire Brian Daboll to be their offensive coordinator and join Robert Saleh down in Tennessee, unless the Las Vegas Raiders decide to hire Daboll as their head coach. Daboll literally just finished up his second interview with the Las Vegas Raiders, and I was hopeful that maybe the Raiders could bring in Davis Webb and Daboll. Now, I do wonder, what if you had Daboll as your head coach, Davis Webb as your offensive coordinator? I don't think that's the worst idea. But there is more and more reports coming out here that Klint Kubiak is still very much in play for the Las Vegas Raiders. I mean, listen to this report right now from, I know I'm looking for it and I already lost it, from Connor H. Other candidate frontrunners at the moment per sources. Kubiak to the Raiders. This is somebody from Sports New York. Pretty tied in. I'm live right now on the Raiders Report. If you want to join in, a lot of Raiders stuff, a lot of NFL stuff, make sure you're subscribed. Oh, boy. Maybe not my cleanest ever, but
that was a little
all over the place.
A little all over the place. It's okay, though.
Little bit all over the place. All right. Sorry, I got to send this in. All right, so Brian Daboll right now expected to join the Titans. Oh, boy. Raider Papo says no. Edgar Sosa says, I want Kubiak. Hey, man, again, like I'm right on the board with you. Can you just give I just don't want it to be too silent here.
Yeah, I mean, Rob saying, I see people don't want Webb. Why? I mean, he's a little bit inexperienced. He's only the pass game coordinator and QB's coach for the Denver Broncos. He's never been an OC before, so I think if you want to jump him all the way up to head coach, that's kind of an interesting.
It's a big bump. Like to me, the only way that you can bring in Davis Webb to be your head coach is if you are confident in your ability. Like in my opinion, like I think you would have needed to get a Mike McDaniel at OC, a Joe Brady at OC, a Brian Daboll at OC. Like to me, you got to have somebody that's got some sort of play calling experience, and I'm confident in Davis Webb and his football mind. But at the same time, you do need somebody, I think, in there that at least has some sort of experience, because going from quarterback coach to pass game coordinator, even if he's a super intelligent guy and it aligns with your plan, I still think it makes sense to bring somebody else in. It's going to be interesting no matter what. I mean, no matter what.
Yeah,
this is going to be an interesting day. Very, very interesting day.
We got some super chats that we can get to as well.
We do have a few super chats. What up, Eric Castro? Daboll for OC with Webb is a terrible hire. He couldn't develop Jones or Dart. Keep him away from Mendoza. We need to stop trying to shine light on shit, hoping it'll glow. Bad hire if it happens. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Eric. So obviously this came in before the news, but I completely disagree with this take here, because if you look at Josh Allen in 2018, and then you look at Josh Allen in 2019 to 2021, where he had some of his best seasons, Davis Webb and Brian Daboll were together. Like, I think saying Brian Daboll didn't do a good job developing Josh Allen is, again, I think it's actually a really bad take. And then also at the same time, you look at 2022, when Davis Webb was together with Brian Daboll, that was by far the best year that Daniel Jones had. He ended up signing a 4-year, $160 million contract. I know a lot of people might wonder, well, what has Webb done? I encourage anybody to go check out a video that I did yesterday, and I kind of illustrated all of the quarterbacks that Webb has gotten it going with, because you go back to his days at Cal when he was in college. He was running quarterback meetings. He was running meetings in general with the coach, and it's been pretty well documented how much he has helped multiple quarterbacks develop. So I appreciate your input. I appreciate this super chat, but I just completely disagree with what you're saying. Because, again, I think when you actually look at, to me, I'm looking at Davis Webb and Brian Daboll together, right? If you look at them together, by far Daniel Jones' best year, and it's 3 exceptional years with Josh Allen. 10 touchdowns, 12 interceptions for Allen in 2018. Then go look at those next 3 years. That's Davis Webb and Brian Daboll. So I was actually really in on that one. But, again, you're entitled to your opinion, and this is why I love this show. It's why I love this community. People aren't afraid to express their opinion. But even though I know you're a real one and you watch this show, I'm also not afraid to say I completely disagree with it. John Rodriguez, I hope and pray that Kubiak takes the Raiders head coaching job. Dude, me too, man. Like, you know, it's kind of a hard balance for what I do. Selfishly, like, I know if Davis Webb is hired, because of how much I've talked about it, you know, there's going to be a lot of people like, oh, like Mitch was one of the first people, if not the first person, to really talk about Davis Webb. And I want to be clear. You know, I had a source reach out to me. I don't know if you can bring over those player cards. Had a source reach out to me on Thursday, and they kind of described who the Raiders could potentially hire to be their next head coach. And, you know, it was like young, innovative, and they're explaining all this stuff to me. And I'm going, that sounds like Davis Webb. Then this source tells me, well, I think it's going to be Mike LaFleur. And I'm like, I don't think it's LaFleur based on what you're explaining to me and based on what I've heard. Then I had a source reach out to me on Sunday night that told me that one of the Raiders owners, I'm not going to tell you his name, though I have seen it on social media, is flying into Las Vegas, which then I reached out to another source and tried to confirm how long that flight was. I was told that the Raiders owner flew in 16 hours to be at that interview yesterday for Davis Webb. And there's just, you know, there's a lot of speculation right now around Webb being the next coach of the Raiders. But also at the same time, there is still a door that is cracked open on Klint Kubiak. And I guess where I'm going with this whole statement is I want Klint Kubiak to be hired because I want the Raiders to have him. Like, I want the Raiders to have him. Like, That's who I want in my heart of hearts. Like the Raider fan in me wants Klint Kubiak. The Raiders Report host of me does think it's interesting if we're able to go out and get Davis Webb because it's what I've been hearing. And, it's just like anything. Like, there's certain people you trust. There's certain people you don't trust. These two people that I talk to are people that I trust. And I know that they wouldn't give me bad information, and I'm not saying it is bad information. I think no matter what, the Raiders are clearly very, very interested in Davis Webb. You don't fly in an owner from 16 hours away unless you're not interested. So let's ask this question here because we got 1,500 people here in the building right now.
Everyone's saying Klint.
I mean, everybody's going to say Klint. And
I think Klint.
I would vote for Klint too.
I think the Seahawks.
My heart's telling me Klint. My head's telling me they're going to go with Webb.
I think the Seahawks being in the Super Bowl hurts the chances of Klint Kubiak because you just can't get him in the building.
Yeah.
And it's sort of tough to.
Well, you can bring Klint in the building.
Right now?
Yeah, so they have until the 1st. Now until the 1st, they can do an interview.
Oh, well, because it just started the 26th, right?
Yes.
That's when you can bring him in. So that's yesterday or two days
ago.
So
the technicality is like you can't officially hire him until after the Super Bowl. Now, Klint could say, all right, Raiders, I'm going to be your head coach. I'm going to dap you up, and it's going to be all good. What scares me a little bit with that is, Cliff Kingsbury did that to us in 2024, verbally agreed to a contract, and then he ended up backing out of it. Though, in all honesty, if we're talking about somebody to pair with Davis Webb, I think Cliff Kingsbury is a phenomenal name there. And I think timing is everything in the NFL. I know I've said that a bunch already on this show, but you think about Cliff Kingsbury leaving the Washington Commanders when he did, right? So he left the Washington Commanders when he did, and I think a lot of people were like, why is Cliff Kingsbury leaving that job? Maybe Cliff thinks that if Davis Webb gets hired, Webb was underneath Cliff at Texas Tech for 2 years. I wonder if he's like, hey, man, if I'm the head coach of the Raiders, why don't you come be our OC? Now, I was told that Cliff kind of burned some bridges with some Raiders guys because he kind of backed out of that deal that they thought they had agreed to, but I'll also say it's kind of dumb on the Raiders to not get a deal inked.
Yeah.
And then just say, hey, it's officially done. But keep on letting me know, y'all, who will the Raiders hire? Klint Kubiak, Davis Webb. If you want to go with somebody else, you could please let me know. And yes, the news is true. Joe Brady is the newest head coach of the Buffalo Bills. He signed a 5-year extension. And then also Brian Daboll has made it clear to the Raiders, you're either going to make me the head coach or I'm going to go take the Tennessee Titans offensive coordinator job. What up, Dwayne? Mitch, can we not get a better head coach just because we've interviewed? Is there no better available? I think what's Raider fans really got to understand, and Tom Pelissero put out an interesting article the other day of based on what he's hearing, there's a lot of question marks of who's running the show for the Raiders, right? Is it Tom Brady all the way down to Miami? I think the quote was he's 2,000 miles away. Or is it John Spytek? I think that there has to be a healthy balance. But I can also understand, these top coaching candidates out there, like a Kubiak. Look at what Ben Johnson did in 2024. Ben Johnson was the number one candidate out there. Everybody wanted him, and he decided to stay in Detroit. Decided to learn, and then he ended up going to the Chicago Bears. Based on what I was told yesterday, I was under the impression that Klint Kubiak was going to stay in Seattle. And if Klint wanted to stay in Seattle, obviously then the Raiders don't have a to me, I actually think Davis Webb is up there. If you're looking at a Matt LaFleur, Davis Webb, I think it's just as equally up there because LaFleur doesn't call plays. Neither does Davis Webb. Now, I would like the idea to look at a Chris Shula. You guys know that I like him. But the amount of connections that Webb has, I do think that he could be able to build an interesting staff. But the other part that we have to look at is, if you're a coach, would you want to come to the Raiders, a team that's fired as many coaches that we have? You want stability. And if you're Klint Kubiak, you're probably going, I'm good for plenty of years if I stay in Seattle. If I come over to the Raiders, there's a chance I get fired. Now, I would love to sit up here and go, he's not going to get fired. But at the same time, I was told by a Raiders owner, a source told me that a Raiders owner said, is probably the better way I should put it, that Pete Carroll's going to be here for the next 2 to 3 years no matter what. That's something I was told. 1 year, one and done. So I know how Mark works. I know how quickly things can change in the NFL. And I think what Raider fans have to realize is this job is not as appealing to outside people that are actually having to provide for their families, roofs overhead, food on their table, moving. Like, it's just like that also needs to go into the equation. But at the same time, you're getting paid millions and millions of dollars, and if you get fired, you still get paid millions and millions of dollars. What up, Ben Thrack, Mount Raidermore? Don't know if you already have addressed this, but there's a story on PFT that the Raiders announced that they've completed their second interview with Webb. Does that mean he left the building without a deal? Yes. So he completed that interview last night. The way that the interviews went yesterday, Joe Brady was probably in the middle of the day. I don't remember exactly when it was. And then Davis Webb's interview, I want to say it was at like 9:30 at night. Maybe it was 10 o'clock my time. It was later in the day. And then this morning, they completed an interview with Brian Daboll. I actually think what the Raiders were trying to do is they were trying to get Davis Webb, and then they were also trying to get Joe Brady or Brian Daboll because they knew that Buffalo was going to hire one of those guys. So I think what the Raiders were hoping is, all right, well, if both of those guys obviously can't get the head coaching gig in Buffalo, so if one of those guys are out, well, then maybe we can bring him in to be the OC. But Daboll's made it clear, I want to go be the OC of the Titans over the Raiders' OC job, which, maybe he's just betting on Robert Saleh being a better coach than what we might have in Davis Webb. And I'll say this, I wouldn't blame Daboll for picking Robert Saleh over Davis Webb. I wouldn't blame him. Rich Wolf, you think Kubiak will wait for the next cycle? Wanted Klint Kubiak. I mean, there's definitely a chance. Huh? I said Cliff? Oh, I mean, I definitely think that there is a chance. I do. Like, I think that there is absolutely a chance. And the number one reason why I would say to anybody out there why there is a chance is because there hasn't been any news from any team that Klint Kubiak, I got Cliff Kingsbury, Klint Kubiak all melding together. There hasn't been any news out there that Klint Kubiak has got a second interview request. Like, to me, like, I look at that and I go, that's really interesting to me. Because how do you not watch Klint, who was in his flipping bag? I mean, it was an absolute masterclass what he did in the NFC Championship game up against the Los Angeles Rams. So if you know that there hasn't been a second interview request from any team with the person that I think a lot of us look at as going, like, that's the number one guy. That tells me that Klint right now in the back of his mind is still trying to figure out what he's trying to do. On the other breath for the Raiders, if Davis Webb looks at them and goes, well, hey, I want to know if I have a job or not, right? Like, I want to know if I am going to be the head coach of the Raiders, and sometimes, like, what coaches do is they'll put a deadline on it. And maybe Webb was like, hey, I want to know by Wednesday, because for Schefter to say that every single job will be filled by Wednesday, that's extremely appealing to me because Klint can't officially take a job until after the Super Bowl. So if you're the Raiders, you got to figure out what you want exactly with Klint. And if Klint says, I'm still open to the job, with all due respect, Davis, you can either wait or you can go somewhere else. And I would love to have Davis Webb here. And I mean that. I really would. But if I have a chance at Klint Kubiak, I'm going to roll the dice, and I'm going to take that chance. Like, we're the number one overall pick for a reason. We haven't won in 23 years for a reason. If there is a sliver of hope that you can get Klint Kubiak to be your next head coach, I think you got to do it, man. I think you got to do it. And again, y'all, today I'm just going to be sitting up here. I'm going to be chopping it up. Anytime
Mitch,
news ends up happening, I'll do my best to keep you guys up to date.
I was going to say, I'm in the background trying to get some tweets up for you guys so we can kind of stay up to date. But we got to do this, I think.
Well, I was going to say, I think at this point.
Oh, man. It happened too quick.
I think at this point it's Davis Webb, Klint Kubiak, or other.
Yeah, I can change that up.
I'm going to show you what game we're going to play here as we wait today. How many just win babies that Kubiak stays in Seattle? I would give it 3. And what's hard about this is it is still being reported that Kubiak is here to the Raiders. I've seen a lot of people say that they've been hearing Kubiak. Again, for one of my guys at Chat Sports to send me the message that they did, that's been a really good source to him. The odds at Vegas are all still Kubiak is by far the biggest favorite, but I haven't heard Kubiak's name at all, right? Like, I'm not a reporter. I'm not an insider. It's never what I'm going to do. if Schefter, Rappaport, Pelissero, Fowler, whoever the hell it is, if they put out news, I'm going to talk about it. If there's rumors out there, I'm going to talk about it. But when I get information relayed to me, I obviously share it. And if all the information that I have heard since Thursday is nothing Klint related, and it's really more Davis Webb related, I'm just going to think that Davis Webb's going to be the guy. But the coolest part about the NFL, it can all change in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
It can change
Literally.
like that, and that's why I love covering the NFL. That's why I love covering the Raiders.
Fun.
Like, think about, last year, there was a lot of speculation that Ben Johnson was going to be the Raiders head coach. And then I feel like I don't want to say out of nowhere, but then all of a sudden it was Ben Johnson's going to be the Bears head coach.
Yep.
Now, there was a chance. There was always a chance.
It happened randomly.
Yeah. No doubt.
All right.
To the 1,700 people here in the building, if you haven't already hit that like button, please make sure that you do. Hang on. Let's do. Got to send a message then.
Uh-oh.
You're good. Not to you.
Oh.
Oh, boy. So here's the game that we're going to play. Oftentimes on this show, I see you guys voting right now, and I love that you guys are voting. I want to keep points today. So essentially, if you send in a super chat, let's say it's like that one Cueto just sent in, right? And he goes, I want Klint Kubiak. I'm going to put 10 points up there for Klint Kubiak. I like to do this because, I like looking at the poll. I like seeing what you guys are thinking, but I am also a big believer in you put your money where your mouth is, right? So if we get done with this score and Klint Kubiak's up, I don't know, 120 or whatever the hell the score is, that's also going to be able to tell me, and if the Raiders ever come across this video, again, whether it impacts them or not, what Raider Nation wants. And I always want to be able to give Raider Nation a voice. So if you send in a super chat, don't be afraid also to let me know who you want, because at this point, I want to know who you guys want. I do. I want to know who you want to be the next head coach. So today's deals are this. You can super, you can Venmo to pick your head coach. We're going to keep track of the score.
Yep.
If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I have no idea how long I'm going to be live today. I don't know. My work day.
I think the fact that news is already happening is a good sign.
I agree with you. Like, I do think the Bills' job was a domino.
Yep.
Brian Daboll, domino. So you think about the last 3 in-person interviews for the Raiders. 2 of those guys have already made their statement. So that means the last in-person interview that the Raiders had was Davis Webb. So now if you're the Raiders, the number one thing I'm doing is I'm calling Webb saying, hey, man, where are we at? And then I'm calling Klint Kubiak and I'm going, hey, where are we at? If anybody wants a Raiders Report hat today, I'm doing $69 Venmo. All I need is your first name, your last name, shipping address. I'll send it to you. And if you're the MVP of today's show, I will wear your jersey tomorrow. If the Raiders do not hire a head coach, I'm going to do this again tomorrow. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be live. And if you got a jersey, I'm going to wear it. If you don't got a jersey, I'll do what I did the other day for my guy Steve Bell. Let's go to Diana Rossini in this report. The Tennessee Titans are set to hire Brian Daboll to be their next offensive coordinator, sources tell The Athletic. Now, again, that literally just happened. I know the Raiders completed their second interview with Daboll not too long ago. And the fact that that ended up happening, interesting. Here's the really interesting one, though. Connor Hughes, okay? Other coaching frontrunners at the moment per sources. Kubiak to the Raiders, LaFleur to the Cardinals. Why I think that's interesting is this morning I was talking to our Cardinals guy, and our Cardinals guy was like, I think LaFleur's going to get the job based on what's being reported and what we've heard. It also, if you remember, we thought that Vance Joseph was going to go to Arizona. Sounds like Vance is going to be staying in Denver. So for people to still be putting out Kubiak to the Raiders, that tells me that we at least have a little bit of hope. And damn it, man, I'll take all the hope that I can frickin' get.
And
because I do want Kubiak.
I can't find the tweet, but we can sort of just like talk about it. Is Mary Kay, one of the beat reporters for the Browns, said there's a real possibility, and it's sort of heating up a little bit, that Jim Schwartz, their DC, would take over as head coach.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that's also something to look at.
Translation, nobody wants the job.
Yes, because Grant Udinski looks like he's back to the Jags.
Yeah.
I see we got a ton of super chats coming in. Don't worry, we'll get to them. We're just kind of updating you guys on what's going on. Connor Hughes, obviously, sort of some speculation of what might go down because there's really only 3 left: Raiders, Browns, Cardinals.
Do we all agree that the Raiders' job is the best job?
Out of the 3 right now?
Out of the Browns, Cardinals, Raiders. Like, again, I'm not just saying that because I got a Raiders hat on.
The
Like,
Browns.
I'm trying to be honest. Do you think the Raiders' job is the best job?
I think it depends. With the Browns roster, they have a great defense. Their offense is a little iffy. I think the quarterback position, if you like Shadur and you think you can get a future out of him and maybe that's your guy, something like that, and you think you can work with him, then yeah, that's a pretty good spot. But I think you also have to remember if the Browns front office, the Browns organization as a whole, I think the Raiders are pretty bad, but I think the Browns are way worse than the Raiders in terms of how you run your team. And because there has been success in years with the Raiders. There has been success. That's not it just hasn't happened in a little bit, With the Browns, they've consistently been like idiots, I think. And when you have
there's a reason why bad organizations stay bad. And, I think any Raider fan.
The Raiders have been like this.
Yeah.
And then they've been like this for a little bit now.
Yeah.
And then 2016, you had a little bit of a jump. And then your star quarterback gets hurt. And then,
I don't know if y'all heard this news, but, the Browns have brought in Tom Telesco to be a part of their interview process. And, I think that to me is the definition of bad organization staying bad. Like, again, I'm not trying to rip apart Telesco. I'm not saying that he was a terrible GM, but why on earth would you, why is he the one that you're bringing in to help you figure out the decision-making process? Mm-hmm. It's just sometimes guys in the NFL are all buddy-buddy, and they're like, oh, does Tom Telesco need a job? I got a job for old Tommy boy. Like, that's not how good organizations run.
I also think, too, with the Raiders, having the number 1 overall pick is huge right now because a guy like Fernando Mendoza can change your culture, can change your organization pretty quickly if he is the guy and the player that Fernando Mendoza is. Having that number 1 overall pick, very enticing for a head coach that wants to come to a new team. And I think with Spytek and Brady, they have their plan. And I think they're just taking a little bit to find the guy that really sets with that plan.
Oh, man. I'm just on days like today, I'm walking on eggshells because I feel like every notification
every time you look down, I get scared.
Well, I just got a text message. Chuck's Food from Ollie just came in.
Woo!
So I'm like,
go Chuck.
What happened? What happened? I did see somebody getting in the duck race, which I absolutely love.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to my guy, Mark Call, was the MVP on our show just the other day. Reminder, if you want to get in, $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365 is how you get in. We've given away thousands of dollars, and the more people that get in, the more money that we can give away at the end of today's program. Let's keep rolling through some of these super chats.
By the way, Tommy Reese will call plays
for
the Falcons.
Interesting. Tommy Reese. See, what's funny is I've been
he went with Stefanski.
I've been so locked into what the Raiders are doing. I'm starting to forget what all the other NFL teams are doing. I mean, I've been really, really locked in on the silver and black. What up, Will? Lost faith in the front office. Still need head coach, OC, DC. Graham has to go. I actually spoke about Patrick Graham today. I think he might end up being the next defensive coordinator to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, well,
always.
I thought that was guy from. Oh, that's Commanders. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sperry's other team.
Yeah. That's Durante Jones.
Durante Jones, yeah, to the Commanders.
Always last to do everything. Teams get better while we just sit around. I think what you're saying here, I don't totally disagree with you, but I'm also okay with the Raiders, doing a full-on coaching search. They didn't really do a very heavy one when they hired Gruden. They didn't really do a very big one when they hired McDaniels. They didn't really do a lot of, interviews when they hired Antonio Pierce. And then even last year, I feel like it was we missed out on Vrabel, we missed out on Ben Johnson. panic, panic, panic. Let's go hire Pete Carroll. It kind of reminds me when the Raiders thought that they were going to get Cliff Kingsbury. Panic, panic. Oh, let's just go hire the next guy in Luke Getsy. What I kind of respect about the Raiders this time around is they are doing a lot of interviews. They are trying to figure it out. But I think we got to be able to face the facts that to other people, the Raiders might not be the most handsome man at the party. The Raiders sometimes got to wait until midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock before they make their move, and some beer goggles have been put on.
And they did it to themselves.
And when you're this bad year after year after year, and you move on from coaches the way that they have year after year after year, I don't think it's so much as just let's go out and hire Klint Kubiak right away. What if Klint don't want the job?
Yeah.
And Clint's also sitting there going, hey, man.
It's a two-way street.
Clint's going, hey, I'm trying to prepare for the Super Bowl. You know, like, I'll tell you this right now. If I was Klint Kubiak, I wouldn't want to have to deal with anything outside of the Seattle Seahawks and me trying to win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't want to do another interview this week. I'll be like, the way that I operate, if I'm already thinking about my next step before I get my job accomplished, I'm screwed. Like, if I'm Clint, I'm going, nobody freaking bother me for the next 2 weeks because I'm going to be in the lab and I'm going to be cooking it up. That way we go out there and we kick some ass in that Super Bowl and we bring home a Lombardi.
Yeah. I mean.
And honestly, I want my head coach to think like that.
Yeah.
I do. What up, Goots? Maybe Daboll believes more in Ward than Mendoza. That absolutely could be the case. You know, I mean, I think it depends what type of offense you want to run. If you want to go a lot more shotgun base, I do think that Ward is probably a better fit for you. And I do think that Ward has a higher upside than somebody like Mendoza, where I do think Mendoza's floor is a little bit safer. It also could be as simple as the Tennessee Titans have Robert Saleh. And I'll be real, I think Daboll is really getting interviewed more for the offensive coordinator job
and
for the Raiders.
And they have a head coach already, and the Raiders do not. So I think that's a little bit.
I also want to be clear, like the Raiders can't hire an OC until you go through the proper, like you still have to accomplish the Rooney Rule as well for OC candidates. Though I don't really believe you have to be in person. But it does have to be stated and qualified as this is an OC candidate interview, which the Raiders have not done that. They've obviously had every single only head coach interviews. But like the Brian Daboll situation to me is exactly like the Mike McDaniel situation to me.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. Exact same. Let's keep it moving.
I'm tallying up right now in the background.
You're keeping them going?
Oh, yeah.
What up, Sean? Why would Kubiak want to leave after a great season and a trip to the Super Bowl? To me, it doesn't make sense. I like the Webb upside. Raiders. I like the Webb upside as well, but I also think, like, being a coach, especially a first-time head coach, I think it's a lot like parenting. And I'm not a parent. All I can base this off is my dog, Chuck. But I think about if I were to get a dog by myself, if you were to parent by yourself, it's a lot more challenging. Not saying you can't get the job done, but I do think for people out there, you're like, oh, if I had somebody else with me to be able to keep it going, to be able to help me out, then, you know, it's just a smoother process. And I think if you're the Raiders, for a guy like Davis Webb, you got to make sure that you're able to bring in that OC who's also able to help you do your job to the highest level of possibility. Because, again, you can think Webb's this amazing offensive-minded coach, and I do think he's a really smart-minded coach, but he also has no play-calling experience. So, like, I want the Raiders to bring in somebody that's got play-calling experience. Maybe that's a Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know. But to your other point, I get what you're saying of why would Kubiak leave. The answer is because he can be a head coach. You know, and it's the obvious answer. Maybe some people will say that's a dumb answer, but I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's not going to get credit for their Super Bowl win, right? Not saying that. But you look, who was the Seahawks OC when they won their first Super Bowl? You probably had to think about it a little bit, right? It was Pete Carroll. I know that when they won their last one. I think my point is you don't always get the credit when you're the OC, when you're the DC. When you're the head coach, you get the credit. And I think for anybody that competes at the highest level, like somebody the other asked me, Mitch, what do you want to be in your career? I want to be the Pat McAfee guy for Raiders where I get to go to Allegiant Stadium. I get to give away thousands of dollars for people, I don't know, maybe chugging a beer or kicking a field goal at a Raiders game. Like, I want the Raiders to be like, I want to bring that Mitchell Renz guy in because there's nobody on the planet that can help Raider Nation rally together in a community more than that guy. Like, to me, that's what I want to be able to do. I still want to be able to run my show here at Chat Sports, and I want to be able to do watch parties at Allegiant Stadium. Like, to me, that's my goal. I think if you're a coach, the ultimate goal is to be a head coach. Now, you can also look at yourself in the mirror and go, maybe I'm not ready yet. Maybe I want to wait on the perfect situation for me, and maybe Klint doesn't think that. And I'll say this, if Klint Kubiak doesn't like the Raiders situation this year, then I don't think he's the right guy for the job anyway. Like, you can go get your quarterback. We got 2 outstanding young players in Genty and Bowers on rookie contracts. I know that there's a lot of other holes to fill. You got 10 draft picks. You got salary cap. And, like, the more and more I look at this job, I look at it with my Raiders goggles on. And I love this job because I'm a Raider fan, just like all of y'all. But I can also understand when I look out there, I can understand why somebody might not want it. And that's just the truth of it. And it is what it is. So if you guys don't know the deals that we're doing today, I want to see who you guys want to be the next head coach.
I want you to take. So this is
like put your money where your mouth is.
Yes. So this is completely updated. We haven't gone through every super chat yet, just because we're answering the questions that you guys are asking, and we'll get to everyone. Promise. Might take a little bit. We'll be here for a while. So don't go anywhere. We'll answer your super chat. We'll get to it, but we're giving everybody a fair chance of what you want to ask. And so this is updated all the way up until Amon, who just sent his $10 super chat, who didn't say anybody that he wanted, but I'm just looking at everybody and I'm taking everyone's thoughts and opinions and what you guys said as points to this. Because if you send a $5 and you say, hey, I like Webb, but I'd rather have Klint Kubiak as head coach, I'm taking that as a Kubiak. So Kubiak's up 29-10. I want you to guess is a $5 super chat from somebody that said neither Davis Webb nor Klint Kubiak. They specifically were like, I would rather have this person.
I mean, I hate to admit it. My first thought went to Gruden because I know so many people.
It's not Gruden.
I would say if it's not any of these names, the next name I would bring up is either Chris Shula or Mike LaFleur.
There were a couple people talking about that, but nobody that said, I want him. The guy that this $5 super chat is, Patrick Graham.
Interesting.
Specifically, wanted head coach, and we'll get to that super chat. But I just thought it was funny that it was.
I think you guys know I'm a big fan of PG. I got a lot of respect for PG. I think that a lot of times he got thrown a difficult hand that he had to play, and he got a difficult hand basically every single offseason. But I would be really disappointed in the Raiders if they hired Patrick Graham to be their head coach.
Yeah.
I think I've actually probably been one of the. I think I've been one of the bigger supporters of PG. Well, little flapjack, Mitch, low key. It might be possible that the Bills put pressure on the Raiders by interviewing Webb for their OC position now. Thoughts? If I'm Buffalo, I am absolutely trying to bring in Davis Webb for an interview.
Yeah, you steal him from the Raiders.
Because, again, Webb was with Buffalo from 2019 to 2021. And you go look at Josh Allen's 2018 stats. It's like 10 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Actually,
and
I can show you those stats. Do you want to see them?
Well, can you show me 2019 to 2021?
No.
I was going to say, you can only show me the one.
I can only show you 2018.
But, like, Allen, I mean, we can go to it. Go to it. So when you talk about the quarterback development with Allen, Davis Webb was the backup to Allen in 2019 to 2021. Now, yes, this is like his first year in the NFL, so you got to be able to take that for what it is. But also, though, I mean, 52.8% completion percentage. You could see the yards, you could see the touchdowns, the interceptions. And then, but this is before, so that 2018 year, Davis Webb is not with Buffalo. Then the following year, 20 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 3,000 yards.
Pretty
Shows
good.
Improvement. 2020, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 4,500 yards. His highest quarterback rating of his career, 107.2. The following year, 36 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. I was blown away by the amount of times that I found out, and I mean this.
Every time you look down, I get nervous.
Well, Diana Russina, the Las Vegas Raiders have not yet decided on their next head coach.
Oh, really?
As a result, Brian Daboll has not made a decision regarding that the OC position with the Tennessee Titans, according to multiple league sources, if he doesn't get Las Vegas, he's expected to land with the Titans. All right,
so that's sort of like Mike McDaniel
new
with the Chargers when he said, yeah, I'll go to the Chargers if I don't get a head coach spot.
Yes.
Yep.
So, again, thank you, Diane. I mean, I feel like that's kind of the obvious one there, but you're not wrong, though, Lil Flapjack. I mean, if I'm Buffalo, I'm trying to crank up the heat because if Davis Webb is the guy that you're going to bring in, he has done a phenomenal job developing quarterbacks. And I was so surprised how many times I saw, wow, Davis Webb is either a coach or a player on a team, and those quarterbacks were outstanding. Yeah. And when you think about, as a player, you're going to learn a lot. Like, you're going to be around certain people, and he's been around a lot of very well-respected offensive minds and a lot of very well-respected quarterback minds in the NFL. Like, there's no denying that. You can't deny it.
I think, too, you said this earlier in a video, the video that we talked about Davis Webb. At what point is it not coincidence that these quarterbacks are doing well, and it's actually his guidance? Maybe it's not all Davis Webb, but his guidance in terms of developing a quarterback into the player that they believe they can be.
Yep.
At what point, 5 times when a quarterback gets better, and I think it's important to.
I'm gonna send you a tweet. Can you take the photos, and then can you turn that into a photo? So the reason why I bring that up, and I saw this tweet, and it's essentially dives into Davis Webb back in college in 2016, him running practices for the Cal Bears, and like how
Cal. Did you say Cal?
For Cal.
Who else went to Cal?
Mendoza. But, like, you're talking about a college coach allowing a college player to run practice, like, to run scouting, like, to run coaching development. And then you go through, listen, Mahomes has talked very positively about Davis Webb. Then if Davis Webb was there with that New York Giants team, or, not Giants, the Jets, where they drafted Sam Darnold, Josh McCown's on that roster.
Yep.
I think the other reason why you got to like that is because he saw what not to do.
Yes.
Like, the New York Jets kind of showed him, hey, man, if you're going to draft a quarterback really early, like, this is what you don't want to do. And obviously now Darnold's, he just won back-to-back 14-game seasons. But I encourage anybody, go look at what Davis Webb did at Texas Tech, what he did at Cal, what he did for the Jets, what he did for the Bills, what he did for the Giants, and what he's doing right now for Denver. I know that there's a lot of uncertainty, but be honest with me. Do you think, even if you hired Klint Kubiak, don't you think that little devil on your shoulder, because I always say it, like, there's the Raiders angel where it's the offseason, I'm always going to be a hopeful Raiders fan. But then there's that little devil on my shoulder that's like, we can't have anything nice. No matter what we do is not going to work out. And until I see it being done and us winning football games, I'm always going to sit back and go, well, is it going to be a disaster? I don't know. And I think even if they hire Klint, I'm going to be sitting there in the back of my mind going, until I see them win, like, I don't know if we're ever going to get them to win. Like, you could bring Josh Allen to the Raiders, and we'd be excited about it. But there would be, I think, a select few of us, and there's that little percentage, and again, in the back of your head going, are the Raiders going to ruin Josh Allen? I don't know. Diana Rossini, the Las Vegas Raiders have not yet decided on their next head coach. As a result, Brian Daboll has not made a decision regarding the OC position with the Tennessee Titans. According to multiple league sources, if he doesn't get to Las Vegas, he's expected to land with the Titans. So again, this is based on the premise of the Raiders hiring Brian Daboll to be their head coach. If Brian Daboll's not going to be the head coach, then he's going to go to the Tennessee Titans. Again, man, like, I'll say this. Sometimes I feel like we get a little bit too caught up in our head about how we want certain things to go. If you told me Brian Daboll's the head coach and Davis Webb's the OC, I don't think that that's a bad pairing at all. And even if Daboll's not the guy you want, I mean it, man. Like, I don't think that that's a bad pairing at all, if I'm being 100% honest with you. And quite frankly, I almost make the argument it makes more sense because Daboll has the experience and Davis Webb doesn't. Now, again, I want Klint Kubiak. Klint Kubiak's up here. He's the number one guy that I want. But now, if Kubiak doesn't take the job, you got to start figuring out of what else would you possibly want. Like Davis Webb and Cliff Kingsbury. I think that's a really interesting duo. So the photo that you guys are about to see, I saw this tweet earlier today, and I read this thing, and I was like, wow, this is very interesting. So the photos that you're going to see is an article from 2016 or I believe it was 2017 is when the article came out. And
From Ryan Holmes.
Davis Webb ended up going to Cal after Texas Tech in 2016. And this is what the article said. He was so into the culture of football, how it was. He came out to watch a spring practice, and he was very attentive to everything that was going on. The receivers, he'd go down to watch the offensive line drills. He paid attention to how we communicated stuff, Spavital said. And I believe that is I want to double check. I believe that was the old head coach, Jake Spavital. Yes, so he was an offensive coordinator and quarterback coach for the Cal Bears. He's actually currently Baylor's offensive coordinator and quarterback coach. So hopefully I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So this quote is from, at the time, Cal's quarterback coach and offensive coordinator. Then he'd sit there and he'd talk to the strength coaches for 2 hours, 3 hours. Then we went in and we watched tape. He was trying to figure out if this was going to be the best place for him to get into the league. So again, this is his final year after he transferred to Texas Tech. Think about a young man trying to figure out, hey man, how the hell am I going to get into the NFL? You're going to ask these questions. It was very calculated. It wasn't your typical, hey, where you got great weather here and here's the Bay Area. I didn't take him to a nice steak restaurant or anything like that. Well, we ended up going to a nice restaurant, but we really wasn't intrigued with that stuff. He wanted to play ball. Quote, you're getting a kid with incredible work ethic, a very driven person, very motivated. He burns it at both ends. He's going to be in the facility. He's probably going to be one of the first ones in and one of the last ones to leave. Webb's devotion to film started young. He would draw up play diagrams and suggestions for his dad. By the way, his dad coached for 35 years before he even reached high school. By the end of his time at Cal, Spavital was letting Webb run some of offensive meetings when he was not at the head of the room. Webb remained an active participant, sometimes questioning Spavital about things he felt ran counter to something established in previous discussions. So the reason why I bring this up is simply because for a team to allow a kid in college, his first year at that program, to run meetings, like now you're hearing about it a ton, where Davis Webb was running meetings in New York, in Buffalo, running meetings right now with the Denver Broncos. Like, I do think that is a very, very important thing to be able to talk about.
And this was the tweet, by the way, connected to those photos.
Shout out to Ryan. Davis Webb comes from a football family, grew up around the game, and his father was a coach for 35 years. Found an article from 2017 with quotes from Cal OC Jake Spavital, hopefully I pronounced it right, about Webb choosing to transfer to Cal. He ran some offensive meetings there as a player. Like, to me, that's extremely interesting. Also, listen to this. Broncos coach Sean Payton to reporters in Denver of the potential of Davis Webb being hired by the Raiders. Quote, it would be a pain in the ass for him. For him.
For Payton.
I mean, I think it would be a pain in the ass for him. I think he's saying it would be a pain. I think he's saying it'd be a pain in the ass for Davis Webb. Or do you think Payton is saying it'd be a pain in the ass for him?
I think he's saying...
Because the quote is, it would be a pain in the ass for him. So that's Sean Payton saying it.
I wonder if it's... I think he's taking it as... I mean, it's going to be same division. So I'm taking it as it's a pain in the ass for Payton because he's going to have to play against him. Or, if you want to say it the other way, I think it's a pain... If he's saying pain in the ass for him being Davis Webb.
I think he's saying him as Davis Webb.
Then it's because Sean Payton is, going to rip him a new one when they play the Raiders. That's what I'm taking that as. Because of, them going up against each other.
Oh, man. All right, y'all.
All right.
Let's keep it moving here.
Let's keep it moving.
Let's keep it moving on the show. Again, shout out to Devin, the Ghost Face Rider, Rob, Excavator. Shout out to Michael Sin down below, Bijor. Again, I appreciate people that watch the show. I also appreciate people that go down in the comment section, interact with each other. At the end of the day, I want this to be a Raiders community. I want each other to have our backs. We can have healthy conversations. You can agree, you can disagree. It's more than okay. But, at the same time, let's always remember, we're one. Esco, Mitch, how are you guys doing with the snow? So we've been calling it Dalaska. Also, do you think the front office is looking at Sean McDermott?
I think you should.
The extreme files Mitch can't read, bro. It's bad. It's I've never been a good reader. I've never said I've been a good reader. I'm also super dyslexic, which has been a problem for me multiple times. But, it's cold down here. There's a lot of ice. There's more people in the office today.
Yeah.
If you got to drive, you're kind of like just stay home, be safe. But, to me, I grew up in central Pennsylvania. You grow up in the Northeast. I lived in Boston. It's different down here because nobody does anything with the roads. Like, I was literally telling my dad this the other day. I go, the city of Dallas should just hire a group of people to put salt on the roads and just try to take care. Because, I remember growing up, and now I don't know if, my dad used to just say this, but, I feel like the stories of people suing because you slip on a sidewalk and you don't shovel it, I feel like growing up, I remember people would sue if you didn't shovel your sidewalks or, you didn't try to take care. Here in Dallas, my walk, I was telling some of the guys yesterday, so I have 2 harnesses for Chuck. I have one harness that's a little bit of a choker that he won't pull, and then I have another harness where if I put it on him, dude, he's like freaking Rudolph. He's pulling it. And yesterday when I took him on a walk, I had some of these old shoes. I slapped them on. They have no tread on them. And I literally hooked up the pull vest to Chuck, grabbed a hold of him, and he was pulling me. I didn't even have to walk. I was literally just standing there. And we were weaving. Now, I fell a few times. I'm not going to lie. But, it's an icy mess down here.
I was going to say.
But it's because nobody takes care of it.
And there is snow on top of the ice.
Yeah.
But it's so bad because it'll melt and get really wet during the day. Right now, it's probably melting because the sun's out.
Yep.
And it'll start to get warmer. And then once the sun goes down, it gets cold again. So it refreezes.
Yep.
So it's even worse the next morning. This morning was the worst. It's been here it happened 3 days ago. And today was the worst getting to work. I almost fell 3 times because I was just and we have to go uphill and then over.
What's funny is my legs have been sore.
I was like, whoa.
My legs have been sore. And now, again, I stand up here and I talk. Sometimes that happens. But my legs are sore. And I feel like my legs are sore because when I walk, you're just so much.
The Iditarod.
You just have to focus so much more. The Iditarod. One of my favorite movies growing up was Balto. You ever see Balto?
I have not, but you know what I did?
Balto, great movie.
In 6th grade. Actually, in elementary school as well. Every year in my English class, we would pick a racer.
Oh, okay.
We would pick one and we would follow them the entire time because obviously it's a really long race, and so I would pick one, and then if your person got first, you'd get a pizza party. It was awesome.
The Iditarod, man.
I think that I remember you pick your person, and you're just rooting for them so much.
If you like the Iditarod, I think you'd like the movie Balto.
Yeah.
It's literally about a dog who wants to basically participate in it, and it's a kid movie. It's a cartoon.
I just remember every day we would follow the race. Be like, all right, who's in front? And then we also made our own Iditarod sleds. And that was a project that we did. We created our own sled, brought in project tools, all that stuff, and made it and pulled our own sleds around out in the recess. It was for class, but that was so much fun. My memory is terrible, but I remember stuff like that.
Esco, I appreciate you asking again. We're okay. No matter what, I'm always going to do my best. And if I can't make it into work, believe me, I won't be able to make it in. But you guys will still get videos every day. Real quick here, I just saw some people get in the duck race. Shout out to Dwayne, David, Carlos, Mark Call. It's a $20 Venmo. Right now, as it stands, you're going to win $40. The more people that get in, the more money that we can give away. Malachi, what's going on, man?
I'm not counting this, by the way.
Sean McDermott, if we don't get either.
This feels like a question. It's like a Sean McDermott? I'm not counting this as other.
The only reason why I don't know what to feel about McDermott is because I've talked to people who played underneath McDermott, and they say nothing but positive things about him. What's really difficult, though, to look at is like that Bills press conference. They tried every way possible to throw McDermott underneath the bus, which I kind of gained more respect for Sean because it looked like the Bills were trying to be like, well, we got to make Bean look good. We can't make McDermott look good. However, though, I will also say that roster is a bad roster. And really, they had Josh Allen and nothing really else besides it. Now, if you told me we bring in Sean McDermott to be our head coach, maybe we bring in Davis Webb to be our offensive coordinator, I don't think that that's the worst pairing out there. But to me personally, McDermott would make me nervous. But at the same time, and I'm going to say it over and over and over again, it doesn't matter who the Raiders hire. I'm going to be nervous.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is for the Raiders anymore. I'm going to be nervous about it. And it's because it's the Raiders' fault. When you fail over and over and over and over again, it's kind of like being in that relationship. And they look at you and they go, I'm going to change. I want you to change. I just don't know if it's going to happen. My Golden Bachelor, what up, Steve? How often have quarterback coaches made a successful transition directly to head coach without being an offensive coordinator? I actually wish I had the answer to that. I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah.
And I'm never going to sit up here and I'm going to lie to you. I actually do not know.
I think I saw somebody say it in the chat. Is that?
I don't think it's often. I can't remember a time where
Harbaugh go special teams right to play calling?
Harbaugh, yeah, but Harbaugh was special teams coach.
Yeah. That's different than pass game coordinator and QB's coach.
There's been other special teams coaches that have gone on to be good head coaches, but like for being a non-play caller, OC, DC to being a head coach, I don't have the answer there. But also, like the first time the Raiders interviewed Davis Webb, I was under the impression that was an OC interview.
I would like him as OC. Oh,
I'm
tired of these rumors.
Honestly, I would love Davis Webb as an OC.
Yeah, I think Daboll head coach, Davis Webb OC.
Say it again.
Daboll head coach, Webb OC.
To me, I'll be real. I don't think there's that much difference between if you flip them. To me, if you
they would work together, yeah. And I think
you have to be able to work together.
I think both of those guys. Depends on Daboll, but I think both of those guys will really consider Brady and Spytek's plan and their ideas and game plan. I seriously think they would. All four of them would work together.
You need to have a coach that's willing to listen. And I think what really plagued John Gruden, what really plagued Pete Carroll, what really plagued Josh McDaniels is
earmuffs.
Well, they thought they were the smartest guy in the room. They thought, no matter what, I'm going to be the one that calls the shots. And front office can tell me one thing. They can tell me one thing. I don't care. I'm going to do what I want to do. And that's just not a good relationship. It'd be like if you had a wife and a husband, and the wife's telling you one thing, and the husband's like, I don't give a shit what you tell me. I'm just going to do whatever the hell I want to do. It's not going to work the way that it's supposed to be able to work.
Somebody said make Reed's camera smaller.
I saw that comment as well. I don't even know if that's possible.
I don't know. Probably. Probably do it.
It'd be a fun game to play. You ever see on Twitter, it's like, if this gets 100 likes, I'll make it smaller. Or I'll make this picture bigger.
Oh my God, it was so funny. I was producing Falcons watch party with Moose, and he sat down for a little bit, but I didn't change the camera, so he was just literally like that, and everyone started a rumor that he was 5'3", and it was hilarious.
5'3".
Before we get on with more super chats, though.
Yes.
We have to let them know how they can win some money.
So just fair, I don't think fair warning's the right way to say this, but we will tell you about Prize Picks every hour. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. They are the sponsor of today's show. They do a lot of amazing things for us. And when you guys get started with Prize Picks, not only does it help us out as a company, but, it helps me to continuously have sponsors and do free videos every day on this show. And if you didn't already hear, Prize Picks is going to be back for us the entire 2026 season. So shout out to all of y'all. And if you want to get featured in my read, you already know what to do. Give me a PP down below.
Cass Joey knows what to do.
The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on, let's go, Sam Darnold, passing yards, passing touchdowns, and rush attempts? You're going to be able to do it. Join millions of users. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. Download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. I will say this. I don't have a lineup yet for the big game. I'm going to wait until it gets a little bit closer. If you see any more or lesses that you want to put up on
sure.
screen.
Yeah, I'll look at some.
But I do like this time of the year. Again, I can't wait to get a Prize Picks lineup in for the big game. If you're a hoop head, there's basketball literally almost every single night. Like, I was watching the Lakers last night, and I was kind of kicking myself in the butt that I didn't get a stack in on Luka because, again, man, he was bananas.
He went home and then went home and watched High School Musical.
Who?
Luka.
Really?
Yeah, a couple days ago when he went nuts. He broke a record or something and then went home and was watching High School Musical.
I feel like that makes it less impressive. Ed Robbins, shout out to you. Taino, shout out to you. Rebel Montana in the building. Shout out to all y'all that always show up and show out for the Raiders Report and always show up and show out for our sponsors, Prize Picks. So one more time, that's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Let's go to Chris Swish. I'd wait for the guy calling plays in the Super Bowl. I hear you, man. Like, to me, the Raiders got to be a team. Like, in my mind, if the Las Vegas Raiders are willing to risk it for Davis Webb, right? It's risky. Going out and hiring Davis Webb, it's a risky hire. You can't tell me it's not. So why not risk it to go get the guy that you want? Like, if Clint's the #1 guy you want, to me, wait the 2 weeks. And if you lose out on Webb and if you lose out on Klint, I'm not going to lie, that's going to suck. But also at the same time, hiring Davis Webb before you officially know whether or not Klint is, like if Klint says, hey, I'm still interested in this job, you're crazy to hire Davis Webb right now.
So if they do hire Davis Webb, it's got to be, and it probably will be, because we're obviously not in the building or anything like that. We're no insiders, but I think if they end up hiring Davis Webb, it's because Klint was like, I'm going back to Seattle.
To me, the only way you hire Davis Webb today or tomorrow is because Joe Brady is already with the Bills. Brian Daboll already made it clear that, hey, if I'm not the head coach here, I'm going to go to the Tennessee Titans. So that tells me Davis Webb, I think, wants this job. I do. I think Davis Webb wants this job. But you got to make sure that you know what Klint wants. And until you know for certain, I think you got to keep this job open because I don't see the Cardinals and I don't see the Browns stealing anybody that you want.
No, and especially, so I made sure to put this super chat up because it's Chris Swish, and he's got the ball going in the basket, and see if the ball can go in the basket for
Joey throwing it up there. Daboll is going to the Titans. Is Webb our only option now? Not stoked about him being our head coach. I don't think he is our only option. And the reason why I love the NFL, the reason why I love covering the Raiders is, dude, I am always amazed on how quick things change from time to time. Like, I was really on the mindset of it's going to be Davis Webb. 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 I think Clint's going to go back to Seattle. And now there's been a lot more rumblings today that Kubiak is still in the running for this job. So, to me personally...
Well, we thought it was going to be Minter, too.
Well, Minter was very well linked to the job because the Raiders were interested.
Yeah.
So, I don't think I ever said that Jesse Minter is going to be the Raiders head coach. It was, I know for a fact the Raiders are interested in Jesse Minter. But then, as soon as the Baltimore job came open, I even said it before the Baltimore job came open, that I was told that the only job that would screw up Minter to the Raiders is Baltimore. So then Harbaugh got fired, and then that whole train ended up switching. But you're right. Like, Daboll's going to go take the Titans job unless the Raiders hire him as a head coach. Like, what's very interesting about this entire situation is mean, for Adam Schefter to not even mention Kubiak's name cast. Like, Schefter's on Pat McAfee's show yesterday, and he says Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, and he mentions Davis Webb. And Schefter hasn't mentioned Kubiak at all. Like, at all. So, if Schefter's not even mentioning his name, and if the sources that are talking to me are also going like, hey, everything they're explaining to me sounds like Webb, I'm thinking Webb. And because in my mind, we all want Klint Kubiak, and the only way that you're going to go Davis Webb is if you honestly think that you can't get Klint. But if Clint's still in the running, I think you got to hold out hope for him. Like, to me, again, I'm okay with the Davis Webb hire because I think he's done a good job showing that he can build quarterbacks and do a lot of things like that. But also at the same time, like, I feel a lot better today because I still feel like Klint Kubiak is a possibility.
Yeah.
And I think Raiders fans should still feel like Klint Kubiak is a possibility. So if you guys don't know what our deals here on today's show, the first line, super/Venmo to pick your head coach. Think of this as like you put your money where your mouth is. You let me know who you want to be the Raiders head coach, and I'm going to update the scoreboard right over here. Again, you got to let me know who you want. Reed's been doing a good job trying to keep track.
If you say it with a question mark, I'm not putting it in. But
Jeremy Valve, you're in.
I'm looking at
Rustin Long, you're in. Stephen Moy in, and then Justine Gonzalez, all in the duck race, 20 to win 80.
10 Commandments 78 at the end of his $10 super chat. Hire Kubiak.
Bingo.
Taking that as that's how you got up to 48 over there. But yeah,
to me,
it has to be a distinct, like if you have a question mark at the end.
So like Cass Joey, who do you want? Let me know down below. We'll see that, and then you send in a 50. We can add it to the score.
Like Cass Joey said, Daboll is going to the Titans. Is Webb our only option now? Not stoked about him being our head coach. That's not a decision.
So Cass wants Klint. So
he wants Klint. So
well that's
98.
98 now. Again, like to me, I want to know where you guys want, and voting. I want to see what the poll is right now. It's 74%. But I think that this is like put your money where your mouth is.
And the other,
who do you want?
And the other, I'm really taking as you want that person. Somebody distinctly said Patrick Graham, head coach, and I said, okay, so that's 5 points for Patrick Graham. He's in the other column.
Again, other's going to be literally anybody else, unless we get if we get one candidate that's got more points.
I'll change it.
Yeah,
I'll change it to him.
If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Rents 365. Right now you have a chance to win $80. If you want a Raiders Report hat, Venmo me, 69. All I need is first name, last name, and shipping address. We got a little bit of news coming in here from Jordan Schultz. The Jaguars have requested and interviewed Austin Gund from the Bills for their run game coordinator position. Anytime NFL news comes in today, I'm going to do my best to keep you guys up to date. And again, I have no idea how long I'm going to be live for. I mean, I plan on being live here all day today. Yes. We're literally going to be live until either the Raiders hire a head coach or we leave for the day. Yeah, until I fall over. See, I'm actually happy it's warm in here. It's usually freezing cold, so. Mr. Bakes a lot. Is Cignetti not an option? Cignetti's not an option. Now, I did make a video on if I'm the Raiders. If I'm the Raiders, I try to at least get Curt Cignetti in for an interview, even if that interview is taking him out to the nicest steak restaurant that you can find in Las Vegas, flying him in, or you fly into him and just picking his brain about Mendoza. I think, and if I'm the Raiders, I wait until I have my head coach to be able to do that get-together, which, can't hire Cignetti then. But to me, if you're the Raiders and you plan on drafting Fernando Mendoza, I think it's foolish to not try to talk to Curt Cignetti, Mike Shanahan. I can't think of the offensive play caller, or not OC, the quarterback coach. His name is Whitmer or something like that. I'm going to try to talk to all those guys. And I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to talk to those guys. If you end up banging on today's show, it's the way that you can become the MVP so far. Nobody has banged on the program, but if you do end up being the MVP on the show, I will wear your jersey tomorrow, because if the Raiders don't have a coach hired, I'm going to go live early again, and I'm going to do this exact same thing where we're answering questions. We're talking about the news that comes in because it's a waiting game at this point. And I'm going to be honest, like I want to be live when I get the notification the Las Vegas Raiders have hired blank coach. That's what I want. What up, Nick? Honestly, I've been sold as Webb. Klint Kubiak is crazy good, but something about Webb has me sold. And, sometimes I think you got to trust your gut. I do think that there's a part of me that also wonders, like, can Davis Webb be that guy? Like, can he be the guy? I don't know. But when you are that well respected in so many different circles on so many different NFL teams, and you can clearly see that quarterbacks are better when he's a part of that room, whether it be a coach, whether it be a like an actual just player, I think that that's important. But also, man, like no matter what, I'm going to have doubts. And I think all of us here are going to have some doubts. Refined Zeus, Ryan McFadden put out a tweet about Sean Payton's response if Davis Webb took the job, that it would be a pain in the ass for Webb. Your thoughts? So we talked about, I don't know when this came in, but so I saw the tweet, and McFadden said, Broncos coach Sean Payton reporters in Denver on the potential of Davis Webb being hired by the Raiders, quote, it would be a pain in the ass for him. I mean, if I'm Sean Payton, I think, one, I kind of respect the competitive nature because I think rivalries are missing in sports. Like, I want, like, if I was a head coach and I'm going to lose one of my good coaches, one of the first things I'm going to try to do is convince him not to go. What's a good way to convince him not to go? I'm saying right out loud, hey, if you go take that job, it's going to be bad for you. It's been an organization that has fired multiple coaches, and you're going to have to go up against me 2 times. Like, that's going to be a pain in the ass. So I don't blame Sean for saying it because I think it's a competitive nature side. It's also him trying to assure that he doesn't lose his quarterback coach. Because, I mean, Peyton's a very smart quarterback mind. Can't deny it. Venthrak, what's going on, my man? How many just win babies on either Mike LaFleur or Evero being a head coach if it's not Kubiak or Webb? I'll say 0 on Mike LaFleur and a Jero Evero. I'm also going to say 0. I think Mike LaFleur ends up getting that Cardinals job. There's been a lot of smoke around him getting that gig. And a Jero Evero, I don't even want to think about what I would do if that was the hire. Because to go from Klint Kubiak, Davis Webb, I mean, you're talking about, again, I actually think that he did a decent job with some of the talent that Carolina had on that team this past year. But because then the problem is, well, now you got to bring in an offensive coordinator. And that OC's got to be, I would almost argue, more important than a Jero Evero because he's a defensive-minded coach. And I know that the Raiders were thinking about Minter, but I'm going to say 0 just win babies on a Jero Evero and Mike LaFleur being the next head coach of the Raiders.
You know what has 4 just win babies? Believe it, baby.
Cass Joey throwing it up for Mark Cole! Bang! Slam it. Slam it for Cass Joey. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Cass. Since we did get a bang, we can now officially give away an MVP. So right now, as it stands, Cass Joey, you are in first place, right ahead of Mark Call. If anybody wants to see our top fans, it's a new feature. I guess I shouldn't say it's a new feature. It's a feature now where you can literally go over there, you click on top fans, and you can see. Yes, sir. Oh, Lord, what is happening?
What?
My, oh, that's really interesting.
What do you got?
YouTube has a new feature now where I can basically, for comments, it shows up as only super chats. That's interesting.
Huh.
So if you click, you can go live chat, top chat, fan funding. I'll tell you what, that's pretty interesting. I have not seen that new feature. Again, YouTube's always throwing different stuff at us, though. I actually wish YouTube would just go back to the normal names. Like, I wish that was just Cass Joey. I wish that was just Mark Call. Oh, look at that, Venthrak. That would be nice. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Why are you changing so you only see that? Like, I just.
Why would I do it? Because sometimes, like, where I usually see it, it doesn't pop up.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking you as in YouTube.
I got you.
Like, why would you change that?
I also got something for you.
Oh.
To this person, reminder, first
Hey.
name, last name, shipping address. First name, last name, shipping address. That's what I need.
Alrighty then.
First name, last name, shipping address. Need it. We're still going through it. We're answering a lot of these questions here, but again, shout out to Cass, Mark, Venthrak for being the top 3 supporters on today's live show. And again, I don't know how long I'm going to be live. If you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, because whenever breaking news happens, I'm going to do my best to keep you guys up to date. And then also, at the same breath, if you're just waiting around, waiting for the Raiders to hire coach,
That's what we are.
I'm doing the exact same thing. And I want to be
saw-
live when I'm here.
I saw somebody in the chat say, in all caps, can they just hurry up and hire someone?
You know, there's the part of me where I'm like, I don't want them to hurry up and hire someone. I want them to hire the right guy. So I don't really, to me,
Hurry up and hire the right guy.
hurry up and hire the right guy.
Yeah.
Hurry up and hire the right guy. Also, a Raiders Report hat is going to Roger Williams. Raiders Report hat going to my guy, Roger Williams. Again, first name, last name. I'm going to guess it's that. And then I need
like
your shipping address.
It's not a bang, but it is a bang. It's a 69.
I'm going to say that's kind of a bang.
What do we say? Oh,
Dollar bills, y'all.
what do we say instead of bang?
I don't know.
I'll brainstorm.
What up, Big Raz? I don't want them to hurry because I want Kubiak.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like if you want them to hire Kubiak, what you're hoping to see is a second interview come in for Kubiak. You want to see that he has the ability to get that second interview. And then what you're hoping for is crickets for the next 2 weeks. Because, again, you can't hire Kubiak. You can bring him in for an interview. You can do that until the 1st of February. But you can't officially hire him until after the Super Bowl, February 9th.
I saw somebody say once he wins the Super Bowl, throw the bag at him. I mean, they've done it before.
Yeah. That's $50 million in coaches that aren't even on the roster. I mean, the guy that I think that they threw the biggest bag to was the John Gruden deal. I mean, that was, again, back in 2018, 10 years, $100 million,
Jeez.
fully guaranteed. Like, that was a big step for Mark, and I know that Mark was really upset that one did not work out. And I know a lot of Raider fans are probably upset that one didn't work out. But, if you're the silver and black, you got to make sure that you're getting the right guy.
Josh McDaniels getting $10 million is hilarious.
Well, to me, Josh McDaniels getting the job at all is hilarious. But what do I know? I do know this. We got a new MVP. Cass! Joey! Bang! Kobe. Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is yesterday was 6 years since Kobe, since the accident.
2019.
I believe it was 6 years. And
January
26th.
Oh, really? Yeah.
January 26th. I mean, what's crazy about that day?
I remember where I was.
I remember exactly. Like, where were you guys on that day? Because I can remember.
You're gonna hate me when I say mine.
Well, it was crazy because at the time it was only Tom and I at Chat Sports, and I forget what Tom had to do, but I was moving that day, and I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I make more money I do now than what I did in 2019, but I hired movers. Like, to me, I paid. I'd say it's probably somewhere north of $600 to $1,000 for movers. At the time, like, that's so much money. At the time, that's still a lot of money now. I'm saying, like, I couldn't cancel my movers. And I remember I was like, all right, I got to get off work early. Tom and I tried to do our best to cover the news, but, we had stuff to do that day. So I'm with the movers, and I get a phone call from James. And he's livid. He's, like, really mad. He's like, you got to go back to work. I'm like, the only way I'm going back to work is if you guys pay these movers because I don't have that additional money.
Yeah.
And, dude, I'm not going to say everything that was said on that call, but, man, oh, man, when I think about where Chat Sports is now compared to, like, that day, it's a lot different. Dude, I used to cover NBA, college football, all sorts of craziness.
That was so funny.
I do. I think everybody remembers that day when Kobe passed? Because again, it's
I remember.
unbelievable.
You're gonna. This is gonna show my age. I mean, everybody already knows I'm, younger, but I was laying in my bed in my dorm at Florida State. I was a
that checks
freshman.
out.
I was a freshman in college in 2019. So, but I remember I was laying in my bed and I was looking on my phone and it just a Instagram post of, Kobe died, and I was like, the heck? No, he didn't. I was like, that's crazy.
It was unbelievable.
And then I remember we were talking about it, and it was like, no, like TMZ's got it, and I was like, oh, this is real. And then I looked at, and then I was like, I remember laying in bed like, that sucks. Like, everybody was excited to see what he was going to do after his career. Like, was he going to go coach?
Well, again, it's also. I mean, it's everyone
And
involved.
then finding
his daughter,
out his daughter too,
it's,
I was like, oh my god.
It was. I mean, to me, when I get like family members that message me stuff, because again, like they know I cover the NFL, they know I cover the Raiders, so like when I get messages from people that I typically don't get messages about, like or messages from, and they're like, "Did you see this?" I think like you understand like the full gravity of the whole happening, but
especially now working in sports, if any of our coworkers ever say, "Hey, did you see this?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What happened?"
What happened? All right. I was really thinking we need to crush. Was this also Mike McCarthy? Was it official that it's a 5-year deal?
For Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, Mike McCarthy, 5-year deal. I'll say this.
Oh, my gosh.
Every coach, I believe this cycle has signed a 5-year deal.
Wow.
So that could also be, every head coach, excuse me. That could also be a little bit of a hiccup, maybe in the Raiders not getting the guy that they want, or like maybe they're like, hey, I want to tie you to John Spytek. Spytek's got 4 years left. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're like, I want you to do the three-year route. I mean, you're seeing a lot of 5-year deals. Really thinking we would crush the hire, free agency, and draft. I would love to have some confidence in this team heading into the offseason, wouldn't we all? So far, I'm getting let down, feeling typical Raider feelings, LOL. I'm not going to sit up here and say, like, I disagree with the sad feelings. I'm not going to, how do I put this? If we lose out on Klint Kubiak, I am going to have that, man, like that sucks. But 2026, you have to admit, has been very kind to Raiders fans. I get it. It's 27 days into the new year. But so far, it's been a really good year. And, the offseason to me, the offseason to me is always about hope.
Yeah.
If you don't have hope, I don't know how the hell you're a Raiders fan, and I'm hoping that we crush it. I think you got to have confidence. You gotta have hope. But at the exact same time, I'm never going to blame anybody out there for feeling that the Raiders are going to Raider. I can't blame it. You can't blame it. I don't think anybody can blame it. But if I can choose to be happy, I'm going to choose to be happy for the offseason because I got hope those 8 months. While the season's going on, the hope can get sucked out of you real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I want to be playing in meaningful football games in November. Think about that statement. The Raiders haven't played a meaningful November game in the last 2 years. November! We're not even talking December. What up, 69 Juggernaut? If the Raiders hire Klint, do you think the organization will let him choose his OC in D.C.? Who do you think he will hire to fill those positions? This is a great question. And, yes, I do think that if you're going to bring in, like, to me, if I'm Klint Kubiak, and based on everything I've heard, you might not like this as a statement because, again, we want the best for the Raiders. But if I'm Klint Kubiak, I'm going to look at them and I'm going to go, I'm the number one guy. You know I'm the number one guy. And I want to be able to pick my staff. And that could be one of the things that maybe why Klint does and does not get the job. Because I know Tom Brady and John Spytek want to be the guys calling the shots. And they want the front office to be heard. Yeah. They want John Spytek's name to be heard a little bit more. But I also think at the exact same time, you got to let your front office, your GM, do their job. And then you got to let your coaching staff do their job. So if I bring in a guy like Klint, I am going to let him pick his OC. I am going to let him pick his DC. In terms of the top names, there is a part of me that wonders, could he steal his brother away from San Francisco? Don't think it's very likely, if I'm being 100% honest with you. But maybe his brother would want to come play or come be in the same position. It's possible. The 49ers, though, can also reject that interview because it's a OC to OC, and if I'm the Niners, I reject it. At the same time, for DC, the number one name that I've heard in regards to Klint Kubiak for a defensive coordinator is Carl Scott. He's a pass game coordinator, defense. His name's been brought up a few times, I'd say over the past few years, but Carl Scott, if the Raiders hired Klint and if he were to bring somebody with them, that would no doubt be a name I would keep in mind. That's a name I would absolutely keep in mind. Smith's Webb, simply no experience. You're not wrong, dude. But at the same time, Pete Carroll had the most experience. I don't think that we can sit here and just say experience when it comes to the Raiders job, because what I've learned covering this team, you could have the greatest resume ever. And Pete Carroll's resume, from a coaching standpoint resume, it's there. But he wasn't the right fit for this team. I do think sometimes what's important about finding the right coach is that coach has to blend with that team. And maybe Davis Webb's the guy where he needs to make a legacy for himself. 30, 31 years old. If you think that guy can be the next Sean McVay, you might have to think about it. Mitch, I'd love Kubiak, head coach, Webb OC, and Rob Leonard as the defensive coordinator. Any word on Leonard possibly staying? I don't think you're going to hear anything on any of the Raiders coaches yet, because we don't know who the head coach is. I would anticipate it's a full-on clear-out. Now, I've said before I would like to be able to keep Luke Steckel, the Raiders tight end coach. He's one of the best in the biz. I would like to be able to keep Rob Leonard, the Raiders defensive line coach, one of the best in the biz. McCullough, the running back coach, he's got a good relationship from what I understand with Ashton Genty. So that would be a guy that I would really like to be able to keep in the building. If we could keep Rob Leonard, hell yeah, man. I mean, you guys know I am a big, big Rob Leonard fan. But at the same time, this seems like a little bit of a dream to me. But like last night, I told my wife, if the Raiders don't hire somebody by midnight, I'm going to go to bed. Set my alarm for 6 a.m., and I was up. I was waiting to see if anything happened while I was asleep. Because, again, I'm crazy just
edge.
like all y'all. I don't sleep. I'm like, did they hire somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning? I don't know.
It would be a Raiders thing to do that.
If my wife ever was like, what is Mitch's wet dream? Right here. It's not Sofia Vergara. It's not insert your hall pass. My wet dream is Klint Kubiak as head coach, Davis Webb as an offensive coordinator, and that alone. I mean, you tell me that I can get Rob Leonard. I think Carl Scott again would be the name that they end up going with, but it's the ultimate meme of your wife thinks you're thinking about this, but in reality, I'm thinking about this. Like there's nothing that would make me happier. Nothing, man.
All right. Let's see. I'm making sure I'm getting everyone's
votes.
Yep. Yeah.
Gotcha.
No new ones yet.
To the 1,800 people here watching, if you haven't already gotten the vibe of today's show, I kind of just want to know who you guys want to be the next Raiders head coach.
Yeah.
So if you do send in a super chat, make your take. Again, to me, I want you to put your money where your mouth is. Everybody can get a comment in. Everybody can go vote, and I want us to be able to do it. But I also think there's that extra level, and there's why it's why it's a phrase. Put your money where your mouth is. You put your money where your mouth is, and I think it's a little bit more believable. So right now, as it stands, it's 100 points for Klint, 10 points for Davis Webb. Though Cass Joey did send in a hundo, and we know he was voting for Klint.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, if we can,
if you want to count it like that, I was counting it as.
Oh, I see what
every
you're saying.
specific one, because I can't keep track of. I can't keep track of everyone that said that they want.
No, you're right.
Whoever they want. So
I think both Webb and Kubiak
if you say it in your message,
offensive minds, but we weren't in the interviews. It's possible that in the interview, Webb came off as better leader. I know Webb came off as a better leader of men. Again, man, I can only talk about what I was told, and I have not really heard too much about anything in regards to Klint. Like what I heard about Klint Kubiak's interview was it was a good interview. I'd be shocked if it wasn't a good interview. In terms of what I like, the details I've gotten on Davis Webb's, I've gotten way more information on that. And some of the things that I've heard was his plan aligned with Brady and Spytech. I heard that he really sold that he was going to be able to build a quarterback. I heard that he was very confident in his plan to rebuild the Raiders in the future. And, it was his name's, what's his name? I think it's Albright. He covers the Broncos. He said in his experience covering Denver, coaches, players, everybody has loved Davis Webb. And, I think the other part about being a head coach sometimes is you do need to be a leader of men.
GTA lovers said, I want Mitch to be the head coach.
I'll say this, you don't. And the only reason why I say I just don't know X's and O's. Like, there's a part of me where I know the Raiders. Like, I would be much more qualified to be in a front office position or the general manager where I don't got to do the X's and O's. Because, the other part about being a coach is you got to teach. I'm not going to be able to teach football at that type of level, and I don't think anybody would want me to. So if you ever wanted me to be a part of the organization, it would be in a front office type of role. But in all honesty, I think the perfect
like
job
a Matt
for
Ryan
me,
role.
The perfect job for me with the Raiders, if they were to make me president of like fan interaction, where my only job is to make sure that I'm at Allegiant Stadium and fans are having a good time.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I still get to cover the team. I want to be able to do my Raiders Report show here. But if I got to do watch parties at Allegiant Stadium, Mark, I guarantee you this.
Mascot.
I guarantee you this. And maybe this is me overthinking my importance amongst Raider Nation. But I think if I held watch parties at Allegiant Stadium, whether it be in the actual stadium or outside of the parking lot, I do think more fans would go to games. I think more Raiders fans would go to games. Personally. That's just my opinion. Doza, how about Patrick Graham as head coach and Webb as OC? We just can't do the whole Patrick Graham head coach thing. And, based on some of the information that was given to me, I did a show on this probably a few weeks ago, and it was like, Patrick Graham's ready to move on. I think the Raiders are also ready to move on. And I don't remember the exact analogy that I gave, but, for me personally, I come from a household where my parents are divorced. And I was young. I was like 2 years old. They've been divorced my entire life. But also at the same time, they did everything in their power to show me that, hey, they always got my back. They co-parented beautifully. But I also know deep down like that it was better for both of them to separate. And I think at this point, I look at Patrick Graham's situation, I look at the Raiders' situation, and I go, I just think that it's better that both separate. And that's just kind of how I'm going to leave it. Again, I have a lot of respect for Patrick Graham. I really do. He's had to deal with multiple different head coaches, multiple different regimes, multiple different players trying to fit into his system. And right now, I think one of the biggest problems with this Raiders team is you got so many different parts, and you're trying to just meld it together. Sometimes it's going to meld, and sometimes it's going to be a disaster. Like Alex and I, we watched this movie the other day where the couple has to, I won't give away the entire movie, but they're basically going together. I forget what it's called, but it's like where it's like a guy and a girl, and they basically their bodies are attracted to each other. I don't know, it's a crazy movie. I don't know what the movie is. Go check it out. Why would Webb be an OC for the Raiders when he would be a puppet for Klint as a head coach over going to Seattle, having full control over the offense? So what you're saying? Why would Davis Webb be the OC here when he could go be the OC in Seattle? Is kind of what you're saying, Michael? I mean, I'm guessing you're a Seahawks fan.
I'm a little confused. Why would Webb be an OC for the Raiders when he would be a puppet for Klint as head coach? So I'm saying maybe if Klint is the head coach and Davis Webb is the OC here.
I mean, is Seattle interviewing Davis Webb?
No, I'm talking about him.
I'm asking him because he's making it seem like Davis Webb's in the running for an offensive coordinator position in Seattle. I
don't know.
I don't have the answer to that one for you, Michael, but I don't think puppet's the right word. And I think if you think highly of Klint, I don't think Klint would make anybody a puppet. So I guess that just tells me that you don't really respect Klint Kubiak. Because to me, based on the conversations I've heard about Klint, I've heard he's a really nice guy, and I don't think he would make him a puppet. I think if you brought in a guy like Klint Kubiak, you brought in a guy like Davis Webb, again, like any good coaching staff, you learn to work together. There's no puppetry. What up, Mackie? Any shot that Kubiak told Raiders brass to secure him as an OC like Webb gets Webb some exposure as head coach candidate. Kubiak doesn't miss out on OCs. I mean, there's a chance that maybe was told. Because again, the first time I was told about Davis Webb, and I said this, I probably said this already 100 times on this show, not today, but in the past week. First time I was told about Davis Webb, I was told it was more of an offensive coordinator hire. And I was also told that about Brian Daboll. I was also told that about Mike McDaniel. I think that news ended up being true. Mike McDaniel said, hey, I want to be a head coach. Brian Daboll said, I want to be a head coach. And, they obviously decided to go the routes that they decided to go with. But if you're Klint Kubiak and you want to ensure that, hey, we're going to be in the Super Bowl, we're 2 weeks away, I want to make sure that I can get the guy that I want to go get. If you can lock in Davis Webb, you got me as your job. That sounds like a great idea overall. I just don't know if that's what Klint Kubiak wants or if that's what Klint Kubiak thinks he's going to be able to get.
Yeah.
I also don't know the connection between Davis Webb and Klint Kubiak to get it to that point.
Right.
But based on what I've been hearing now, it sounds like Davis Webb is in the head coach running. But you can't hire Webb unless you know official what's going on with Klint. And I'll continuously say that. Have to. Let's go to Jersey Boy. What up, Jersey Boy? If the Raiders hire Webb, Spy Tech, count your effing days. Way too high risk of a hire. Kubiak and Shula are better options. Webb as an OC is fine. I guess my question to you, Jersey Boy, is what happens if Shula and Kubiak don't want the job? Then what? Because it's being reported, which this is always the time of the year, and personally, this is a great smokescreen season. It's being reported by a lot of people that cover the Steelers that Chris Shula bombed his interview. However, I talked to a source yesterday, and they made it seem to me like that's not true at all.
Oh.
And I wonder if, the Steelers are just trying to put out that information because there was a lot of backlash on the Mike McCarthy hire.
Yeah.
A lot of Steelers fans were not happy about it. So sometimes what happens is, think about what happened with Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll this year. Right? Raiders fire Chip, and then all of a sudden it's Chip's team's putting out stuff about Pete. Pete's team's putting things about Chip. They're trying to make
Save
it look
their
bad.
own
Look at what the Bills did, right? The Bills were literally Keon Coleman wasn't our decision. That was on Sean McDermott. You'll see organizations throw people under the bus to save themselves. It's sad, but it's true. The only reason why I don't know if Spy Tech will count as days is because, no matter who we hire, what if Kubiak and Shula are not options? Who are you going with? I'm asking all y'all out there. Let's say Klint Kubiak's not an option. Let's say Chris Shula's not an option. What if they don't want the job? Who would you hire? Because, again, you're asking me, these are my top two candidates. When I put out my video about the Raiders firing Pete Carroll in December, number one was Klint Kubiak. Number two is Chris Shula. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. And in my mind, the only logical way that these two guys aren't getting a second interview, the only logical way that these two guys aren't in the equation is if they don't want to be a part of the equation. I hope that's the case, because I hope that Tom Brady and John Spytek aren't ignorant enough to say, no, we don't want Kubiak, we don't want Shula, we want Davis Webb. And I don't know if Davis Webb's going to be a good coach or not. You also don't know if Kubiak's going to be a good coach. You don't know if Shula's going to be a good coach. I would be more willing to bet on those guys, but I'm going to ask you all right now. I see Cignetti. That's not possible. John Gruden, I would rather hire Mickey Mouse than John Gruden.
Oliver said Mitchell Renz.
Mitchell Renz might actually be a better candidate. No.
Simba said, can Webb even coach? Yes.
He's a great coach. It's just, can he be a head coach? That's the question. Throw a bag at Tomlin from G. Burt. The other problem is, though, G. Burt, you're probably going to have to give up, multiple draft picks. You got to trade for Tomlin.
So I go back to, kind of what you were saying. It's a two-way street. You see all these people being like, oh, yeah, Bears. Oh, yeah, trade for Crosby. Or trade, all these teams like, oh, go get Crosby. Go trade for Crosby, blah, blah, blah. They have to say yes. If you say, oh, we'll give you this, the Raiders and Max Crosby can be like, no. No. Same thing with trying to hire a head coach. If you say, hey, we want you.
Yeah.
Or like Mike McDaniel.
It's like dating.
Or it's literally like you go, oh, Mike McDaniel, I want you to be the offensive coordinator. And he'd be like, no. Be like, well, then what?
I mean,
you can't just force him to be In a relationship with you.
It's like dating. Jersey boy, I don't know if you're in a relationship. I don't know if you're married. But think about if you're not in a relationship. Think about the number one person you want to be in a relationship with. What happens if they say no? It's like.
There's a reason why Joe Brady didn't go somewhere else to be a head coach. He stayed in Buffalo to continue working with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Not saying that the Raiders don't have some interest, but when you got a lot of cap space and you got the number one overall pick, but when you fired your coach last couple years, it doesn't make you feel good being, hey, you're the next head coach of the Raiders when Pete Carroll, a Hall of Fame coach, got fired after 1 year.
Yeah, now, again.
It hurts.
Well, it definitely hurts, though, when you hear all the stories coming out about Pete. It was my biggest fear. It was Pete Carroll. Yeah. I needed Pete Carroll to be the dad. Pete Carroll was acting like grandpa, where, it's everyone's slacking off. Nobody's doing what they're supposed to do, and clearly was past his prime. No doubt about it. Let's go to Dev. What up, Dev? Klint is staying in Seattle. He's not leaving the Seahawks. Too damn good and going to win a Super Bowl. Just because the team's good, though. To me, I don't look at this having anything to do necessarily with the Seattle Seahawks. To me, if Klint Kubiak stays, I think it more has to do with Klint and being like, again, he's got job security in Seattle. No doubt about it, right? You're in a Super Bowl. The offense is humming. That's a really good offense. You got a quarterback on a cheap contract. A lot of good pieces to be able to work with there, and that defense is outstanding. Yeah, there's no doubt. It's outstanding. So, I think the job security for Klint is a lot safer in Seattle, and when you kind of look, he was just with the Saints for 1 year. Then he had to go find a new job. There are coaches that when you're one and done, it kind of messes with you a little bit. Yeah. And, it's a move for you, your family. I mean, it's just there's so many other things that go into that equation. I think for Klint, if he stays in Seattle, it's multiple things. Yeah, he might not like the Raiders job. He might think that the OC job with Seattle is better than the Raiders head coaching job. Seattle might also give him a pay bump. There's not a doubt in my mind, if we find out that Klint Kubiak stays with Seattle, there's going to be a report that goes, Seattle's going to give Klint Kubiak a pay raise. It's exactly what the Jaguars just did with Grant Yudinsky. They go, Grant pulled out of the Browns head coaching gig. All right, Grant, we're going to give you a pay raise for sticking with us because you're a great coach and we appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm not saying that you're not totally right, but I also do think that Klint could be looking at himself and going, what if he goes I'm not ready to be a head coach? What if he's I want to learn another year in a system that I feel like I'm really going to be able to learn. We always talk about bridge quarterbacks. What if this is a bridge head coach situation?
Yeah.
What up, Darian? I feel like Kubiak is the guy, and he's given us a list of candidates he'd like to have as an OC DC, and that's why we've been interviewing. My wish list, head coach Klint, OC Clay, or Davis DC Morris. I mean, Raheem Morris, if we could bring him in as a defensive coordinator, I think Raheem Morris is a phenomenal defensive-minded coach. But, also at the same time, the Raiders can't hire an OC. There is a Rooney rule that needs to be applied also for the offensive coordinator. So, if the Raiders, let's say they hire Klint Kubiak today, right? Let's say they hire Klint Kubiak today. You can't hire Davis Webb today as an OC. You have to go through an interview process. And I don't think you have to bring in an in-person candidate for an OC job or DC job. I believe it's still 2, interviews with a minority candidate, but I believe this one can be over Zoom and over, it could be a virtual meeting. But, and maybe this is the truth. To me, there would be nothing that makes me happier. And I know I've been doing a lot of talk around Davis Webb, and I'm always going to talk about what I hear. I'm always going to talk about what's on my mind. It's why I want people to watch this show. But, if anybody thinks that I'm going to be upset if Klint Kubiak gets hired, the other day, my wife, she was going, well, if they hire a coach, how long are you going to be live? I said, I don't really know. It depends who it is, right? If it's a coach I don't like, and you guys aren't as excited about it, I don't know how long I'm going to be. If they freaking hired Klint Kubiak, I don't know. Hours. If you guys wanted me to stay live for hours, I would celebrate the shit out of that hire. Again, to me, the way that we get our perfect off season going, and, we kind of did this the other day on our show, and then Harbaugh ended up getting hired. You guys wanted Klint. Like, to me, the start of a perfect offseason. You can't have a perfect offseason unless Klint Kubiak is involved. Not to say I might not make a video still on it, but like, your perfect offseason, an A-plus offseason, the only way in my book that it's possible is if it starts with Klint Kubiak. Motorcycle Prophet. What up, man? All right. Klint Kubiak wins the Super Bowl. Why would he leave Seattle?
To get a head
Money,
coaching position.
to get a head coaching gig. You know, it's like saying that you've been engaged for a year or two. Why would you want to get married? It's going so great right now. You're engaged. I think you want to get married, and I think
you want to take the next step.
You want to be able to improve. Like, you got to talk about it. I mean, motorcycle. I don't know if you ever played sports. I didn't play sports at a very high level. You know, I was lucky to play in high school. I was lucky to play 4 years of college baseball. I played Bundesliga. I do air quotes because college ball was harder than Bundesliga in Germany. But, you know, like, you get to a point, and, you know, as an athlete, you like, if you have that competitive nature, that burn, like, you want to go try to win and compete at that highest level. I also think if it makes you a little bit nervous and scared, it means it's worth it.
Yeah.
And if you're Klint and you're going, hey, man, I just won a Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator, what's the next step? Go win one as a Super Bowl coach. And
head coach.
Yeah, as a coach. And you talk about being remembered. Like, I always say this because we always bring it up with Brandon Jasper, RIP to the great tuna, but you die twice. You die when you die, and you die the last time somebody speaks your name. Your name is going to live on forever. If you're a head coach and you win a Super Bowl, your name is going to be remembered forever in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if you can say the same about offense and defensive coordinators. You know, like, go look to your buddies, right? Find a group of friends. Look up the last 5 Super Bowl winning teams and ask your 5 buddies or anybody down there, who was the head coach of the last teams that have won a Super Bowl? I guarantee you that they're going to get that question right way more often than who was the offensive coordinator of the Super Bowl winning team. I think it's just about wanting to try to compete at the highest level. That's why I think that he takes the job. If he wants it, it's his. Like that, I think like that's the other part that Raider fans need to realize. If Klint Kubiak wants this job, I do think it's his. I do. And if it ends up not being Klint, that's telling everyone out there that Klint didn't want the job. Like, and that's how I believe at this point. If Klint wants the job, it's there. If Klint don't want the job, then it's not going to be there. But Raider fans are the toughest. Raider fans are tough. And I think Raider fans are tough, but I also think that we've earned the right to be tough. When you're as loyal as what Raider Nation is, when you show up and show out, win, lose, or tie, again, man, like, to me, I was not born a Raiders fan. But I do believe that you don't have to be blood to be family. And at the same time, I think at the end of the day, Raider Nation just wants a head coach, a team that is as loyal and locked in as what we are. Because the last few haven't been that. Like, it's super frustrating when I'll sit up here and I go, I think I know more about the Raiders staff, or I think I know more about this Raiders team than our coaching staff. That's an asinine thing to say, and I know it's an asinine thing to say. But there's a lot of truth behind it, and I don't think that it's deniable. Like, I have thought so many times that I know this roster better. You guys have sat up there and said, I know this roster better. When I say I mean like y'all. And when you have your fans that think that, and I actually think it's been proven that we have known this team better, that's an extremely frustrating thing. So to me, the frustration from Raider fans is you just keep doing stupid shit over and over, and this is the most unhealthy relationship I've ever been in. And sooner or later, you want that person that you love, that you believe in, gets their shit figured out. And I think like that's why the frustration is there. Welcoming a new Raider fan due August 10th. Well, Timothy, got to keep me up to date on this one. I got a bunch of family members that are born around this day. My grandfather, his birthday was August 11th. So it's always, always, always an important day in my heart. I love my grandparents to the end of the moon and back, so you're going to have to keep me updated on this one. I'm very curious to see. But congratulations to you. Congratulations to the wife, the family. Baby on August 10th. If you need a Just Win Baby onesie, I might be able to hook you up. Arbora! Throwing it up there! What's going on, Arbora? Mitch, I think my original super chat got missed. Now we're
no,
dude,
you're
we got a lot of catching up to
do. Let's see. Yours
Arboro's been around since the locals.
Oh my God.
Locals days.
Funny enough that he sent this. His was the next one.
Wow, big news coming in here. The New York Jets are parting ways with offensive coordinator Tanner Engstrand.
Huh.
So the reason why that name might be a little bit interesting to some of y'all was Tanner Engstrand. It's like Engstrand, Engstrand. The reason why that's interesting, he was a part of the Lions when Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator. I want to say he was like the quarterback coach. He was pass game coordinator, somewhere involved in there. So the fact that the Jets are moving on from him, I wonder if that means that they're going to go out and they're going to try to get – I wonder if they try to go get like a Cliff Kingsbury or something like that. That's interesting to me because Engstrand, again, went there with what's-his-name, who's the head coach there, Aaron Glenn, because they were together in Detroit. I wouldn't be shocked if that guy ends up being a part of the Chicago Bears coaching staff. But, all right, sorry. But if if Klint Kubiak stays in Seattle and DW,
Davis
Webb withdraws his name, who do you think will be the coach? Also, will Tom Brady be questioned as he hasn't been able to close the deal on his choices as head coach in 2 years in a row? Again, like to me, when I say close a deal, I hear what you're saying, and the hope has always been to try, like you bring in Tom Brady to close deals. But like, I think we also got to look at it from like the honest perspective, right? Think about the Raiders where they were last year. You got no answer. You got no quarterback. You got no head coach. Who the hell are we, right? And then you look at the Chicago Bears, and they got Caleb Williams. And sometimes it really can come down to as simple as, like, do you have the quarterback? And I do wonder if, like, maybe that's going to be one of the holdups this year.
By the way.
Okay.
It was literally the next one. This one, and then that one was right after.
So, like, to me, if Davis Webb says, I don't want the job, and the only reason why I don't think that that's going to happen is because of how uncommon it is for a pass game quarterback coach to get promoted to head coach. And when you look at a lot of the rumors right now going around Broncos land, I think they're keeping their OC and they're going to keep their DC. So if there's no real movement there, how do you upgrade? How do you move up? And if there's one thing that I've learned since covering the NFL is names can be hot one off season and names can be not hot the next season. And I think because of how well Bo Nix has played 2 years, that the Broncos were the number one team in the AFC. What if Bo Nix coming off this ankle injury, and I'm not saying it's a major injury. I think they said it's going to take 12 to 13 weeks to heal.
Yeah.
But what happens if he has a horrific season? Then Davis Webb's stock goes down a little bit. And if that stock goes down, well, now you're maybe hoping to get an offensive coordinator job. So, like, I really do not think Davis Webb is going to pull his name out of this job because it's for a head coaching gig. And that's just my personal opinion. Die-hard Raider fan, but if he doesn't, you got to go back to the drawing board. Then, I think you got to look at a Chris Shula. I think you got to look at some of these other candidates. I mean, at that point then, yeah, I would be interested in looking at a Sean McDermott.
You know what else you got to look at?
That Klint Kubiak head coach, Webb as an OC.
And
Prize Picks. America's #1 fantasy sports app. Again, every hour you're going to hear me talk about our amazing sponsor, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to do today's show. Shout out to Big Raz. He's a big fan of the big game because it's almost here. And there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. I don't know about y'all. I could use to be right a few times, especially when I talk to my wife. Mark Hall knows exactly what I'm talking about. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. You know who's always about that action? Yoda Jenkins. So close the season outright with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Find your community on Prize Picks with the new social feed feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners in a single click. I see R-Tab Rose City knows what I'm talking about there. You can also actually follow me on Prize Picks if you want. I'm at MitchellRenz365 if you want to be able to see any of the lineups that I've had. I actually think that you can actually see how much I've won in terms of money and the amount of lineups. So get in on the action now. It's available in 50 different states, and I know my guy S8FR868 knows exactly what I'm talking about. So Prize Picks offers stacks. They're also going to put their members first, so withdrawals are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. Just ask Steve Tao. Download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Jay Avila. All right, we got a few people here that I see that are getting in our duck race. Reminder, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. You're going to have a shot to win a little bit of money. I see Daniel Scriver. You, sir, are in. Daniel Scriver is in. Also to this person. I love this. I'm actually really curious if you're related to somebody. Sorry. It's that amount. Reminder, first name, last name, shipping address if you want a Raiders Report hat. Stoke for Life Foundation. Harbaugh was a special teams coach, no play calling experience. I mean, again, there's been multiple coaches that have gone from being special teams coaches to then being head coaches. It's happened before. It's just a little bit more uncommon now. And again, like to me, I'm not looking at the past. I really got to focus on the Raiders and the Raiders only. So I do understand people going, well, wait a minute here, Mitch. We're thinking about drafting a quarterback, number 1 overall in Fernando Mendoza, and we're going to hire a guy who has never called plays. Saying that out loud sounds like the most Raiders thing ever. But also at the same time, it's like, what else do we have to do besides hope and believe? And it's the off season. I'm going to hope, I'm going to believe until they give me a reason not to. And that's all you can do. If you tell me I get Klint Kubiak, hell yeah, man. I might do a naked lap around Chat Sports. If we end up getting Davis Webb, I'm also going to be really happy about that.
I'll take a video for everyone so they can see.
Though, just make sure it's warm in here now. I'd be able to do it now. Mm-hmm. Some days it's really, really chilly in here.
It's a little chilly in there.
Though, what always warms me up, Luis Restrepo!
Nice.
Nice.
Because it's 69.
It's great success.
Come on, you like that one?
Very nice. Very
nice. Because instead of a bang, it's nice.
Nice. Luis Restrepo. Nice.
You want to do it again?
Luis Restrepo!
Nice.
I like it.
All right.
It's nicey.
Yeah. Ooh.
Luis Restrepo, dude. Shout out to you again. If you don't know, first name, last name, shipping address, if you want a Raiders Report hat. That's how you get it done. That's how you get it done. Today's deals that I got on today's program, we went live about 2 hours ago.
Yes.
And because we went live 2 hours ago, I don't know how long I'm going to be live today. I plan on being live for probably another 4 hours unless other news ends up going down.
If they hire them.
Yeah, I mean, if they hire a coach, then you're not going to be able to get rid of me, unfortunately. If they hire Klint, dude, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Can't what?
Can't hire him.
Well, yeah, you can't officially hire him now.
But you can
I'm
say
saying,
you're
like,
gonna
in
hire him.
general. See, I don't even know if you can, like, say you're going to hire him.
Really?
Because I forget what team got in trouble with that. I think it was, like, the Eagles with Jonathan Gannon. Because I feel like Gannon, there was something that happened where they weren't. I remember something happened with Gannon, I thought.
I don't remember.
Doesn't matter. But you can't officially hire somebody until February 9th. You can't officially hire Klint Kubiak until the 9th. You can interview him, though, until the 1st of February. But I plan on hanging out here with y'all. I plan on chopping it up. Reminder, if you are the MVP today, I will wear your jersey tomorrow because if the Raiders do not hire a coach, I'm going to be back here live tomorrow on the Raiders Report. We're going to talk about NFL news when it comes in. We're going to answer Super Chats, and you guys are really going to be able to control the show. What up, Stoke? Okay, I think we got that one.
Yeah.
Also, kind of an interesting thing coming in here. So, Mike McCarthy was just asked about, does he want Aaron Rodgers to return as the Steelers quarterback? Before I tell you McCarthy's answer, would you want Aaron Rodgers back? It's like you're in the Steelers. I know it's the Raiders Report. Put yourself in Mike McCarthy's shoes. Would you want him back? Yes or no?
Okay, if I'm putting myself in his shoes, but I'm not him, right? I'm me.
Yep.
I say no.
Okay.
But he worked with him in Green Bay.
Sure.
I think he says yes.
Okay. My answer exactly. Like, to me, if Rodgers wants to come back at 43 and McCarthy, who's worked with him, still thinks that he can get it done.
Won a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah. If he still thinks he can get it done, there's a part of me where that was one of the biggest reasons why I thought they hired him. Like, they kind of realized that maybe they don't know what to do at quarterback. Rodgers wants to come back, and maybe like that's the direction that they go in.
At the same time, two guys, they've worked together. They won a Super Bowl together. Could try it out. I like that. Plus, I don't think you really have many options right now. There's QB scarcity right now. Do you want to trade for Malik Willis or sign him? Is he a free agent? He's a free agent. Yeah.
He's the top free agent quarterback.
Sign Malik Willis and go that route. But that sort of, I think Aaron Rodgers keeps you at a win now team. But if you take him out of the equation and you put a rookie quarterback or Will Howard, who is their backup right now, and you don't sign Malik Willis, or if you do sign Malik Willis, that brings you down to you might have a couple years until you're back in the playoffs.
That defense was bad. The Steelers' defense was bad.
Usually it's good.
It struggled last season. So, again, McCarthy was asked about Aaron Rodgers, and he said, quote, in terms of whether or not he would want Rodgers back, quote, definitely. I don't see why you wouldn't. Though McCarthy also added that he has spoken to Rodgers, but knows Rodgers, like most older players, needs some time away to consider their future.
Oh, so he's in a dark room by himself.
To me, that's the other part of Aaron Rodgers, and I do wonder if you're a team and, you got to get the ball rolling in the right way. It's so difficult to plan what you're going to do from a coaching staff standpoint, from a free agency standpoint, from a draft standpoint, if you don't know if you're going to be able to bring that quarterback back.
Yep.
And that's interesting, man. Mike McCarthy, quote, definitely I don't see why you wouldn't in terms of if he would want to bring Aaron Rodgers. Now, again, y'all, if you want this Raiders Report hat, $69 Venmo, scan that QR code. If you're trying to get one, if you're just trying to get in our duck race, then Venmo me, $20 right now. You'd have a chance to win as it stands at this current moment, $100. LCA Lord Cameron Abbott, you, sir, are in. Add me as a friend. Scan that QR code. If you don't know how to scan it, whip out your phone. All right, listen to this. The New York Jets' top 3 cap hits for this upcoming season.
Can I guess? You said top 3 cap hits?
Yeah. So
their players?
Yes.
Garrett Wilson.
Nope.
Oh, it's going to be some random
I'll say this.
Isn't it?
None of them are going to be on the team in 2026.
Oh, my God. Is it Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers, number 1, $35 million.
Number 2, Quentin Williams.
Nope. Right thought process. Who else got traded?
Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner, $31 million. Number 3.
Who is it?
Justin Fields, $23 million.
What the heck?
That's the New York Jets' top 3 cap hits for 2026. And none of them are going to be on the team. Josh.
Thanks, Rob.
Klint Kubiak for head coach. and Davis Webb as OC, best case scenario. I personally think so, but I also don't think that that's going to happen.
You never know.
Again, you never know, and I would love for that to be the case. What up, 10 Commandments? Kubiak play calling in the final minutes of the AFC Championship game was superb. What about how he did in the NFC Championship game? It reminded me of the final drive in 1980 against the Chargers in the championship. Hire Kubiak. I think that you're still in the Seahawks old Raiders days where they're in the AFC. I'm just joking. I know it's the NFC. I don't remember the 1980 game against the Chargers. I'm not going to lie to you. But I will say this. I was unbelievably impressed with Klint Kubiak in that game. And he does such a good job of running the football with Kenneth Walker. Does an exceptional job scheming ways to get JSN open. Again, like everybody on the planet knows JSN's the best receiver on that team. And when you're getting like 10, 15 yards of wide open separation when you're close to the red zone, and that's just brilliant coaching by Kubiak. The other thing that I love about Klint in that game, he showed that he believed in his quarterback. And you're talking about Sam Darnold, where there was a lot of people that didn't want him. Tom Brady didn't want him. It's pretty telling, right? For the record, if you go back and you look at my number one quarterback to put with Chip Kelly in the offense last season, Sam Darnold was number 1. Geno was number 4. Is what it is. But, like, to me, Sam Darnold's kind of had this, he's afraid of the big moments. He's afraid of the big game. I want a head coach that believes in his players and believes in himself. And you want to talk about confident play calling. Putting your balls on the table, Klint Kubiak. And that's what he did. And I was unbelievably impressed with Klint because I feel like all the time on this show, and I said it a lot more during the Josh McDaniels days because I used to always be like, I want a coach that wants to win a football game. Go win a football game. Don't try to lose a game. And Klint Kubiak in that game went out and tried to win a football game. He didn't go conservative. He said, hey, we've been rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Can you see Carr coming out of retirement to be a bridge quarterback, assuming we hire Kubiak? No. I don't see that at all. I would love to cover it. I would love to talk about it. I would, again, I'm putting my Raiders report cap on here. I know that a lot of people would be excited, but also at the end of the day, it would have to be so clear to Derek Carr, and it would have to be so clear to Raider Nation that Derek is not to step foot on that field. And the only reason why I say it is not because of anything at DC. I know how much the fan base loves Derek. I got a lot of respect for DC myself. But if you draft Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall, I think the worst thing that you could possibly do is put a quarterback that you know your fan base flipping loves behind him. And that just adds extra pressure. So if the idea is that Carr's going to come in and be a quarterback coach, bridge quarterback, and everybody on the planet knows that DC is not going to step foot on that field, I don't care if Mendoza starts the game off with 10 straight interceptions. It's not going to be Derek Carr. And his only job is to make sure that Mendoza understands and can digest Klint Kubiak's offense. That's the only way you do it. And again, it's not against DC. It's DC's, we've moved on. The number 1 focus needs to be what's best for Fernando Mendoza. What's the best for our future quarterback? And bringing in Carr and having that extra pressure, I don't think is what's best. Unless everybody knows, Carr, you're not playing. You're literally just a player coach. Let's go to Julian Purdy. What up, Julian? If both McDaniel and Daboll put their OC position hires contingent with the Raiders head coach offer, they've already done that. Mike McDaniel has already signed the dotted line. He's already agreed to the deal with the Los Angeles Chargers, so it was believed, it was wondered. I made a video on this yesterday that Mike McDaniel could potentially take the Raiders head coaching job, and he was debating between Raiders head coaching job, Chargers OC job. One of the reasons why I was like, oh, wow, there's a lot of shit happening yesterday is because Mike McDaniel agreed to be the Chargers OC. So that's a done deal. And then Brian Daboll, he's already come out and said, I'm either going to be the Raiders head coach or I'm going to be the Titans offensive coordinator. Do you think these coaches feel a type of way working under a young and inexperienced coach in Webb? You think ego is playing a role? Possibly. I mean, how would you feel if you're Brian Daboll?
Yeah.
How would you feel if you're
a head coach for
Mike
a while.
McDaniel and you're going, I was a head coach? You know, I think Daboll might have won, I don't know if he won coordinator of the year. He might have won coach of the year. And I would be like, well, wait a minute here. You want to bring in that guy over me? That is absolutely probably a hit to their ego. I'm looking here. So Brian Daboll was AP NFL Coach of the Year. If I'm Brian Daboll, I'm going, hey, I was NFL Coach of the Year in 2022, and I want a playoff game.
Yep.
And you're telling me you want a player who I coach to be above me? That's probably a hard pill to swallow. Davis Webb was a quarterback for the New York Giants. And now, I mean, that probably is a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
What up, McKay? Has Webb interviewed with anyone with vacancies still? I know he interviewed with the Bills. They obviously just hired Joe Brady. The only gigs left are Arizona and the Browns. I don't believe he has. I don't believe he has. But I'm not worried about losing Davis Webb.
Just the Raiders and the Bills.
Okay. So just the Raiders and just the Bills. We got 1,700 people here watching the Raiders Report right now. Again, I always like to bring up that number because I think it's really flipping cool how many people tune in. Always, appreciate how many eyeballs we get here. I love the fact that people spend their day with us. I love doing these types of live shows. And if you're having a good time, and if you're just chilling at work, maybe you're at the gym, I don't know, you're just listening on in. We're chilling today too. And, if you want to be a part of this tomorrow, hit that subscribe button because we're going to be here. Brett and Best, what up? Brady is Bills head coach. Kubiak staying in Seattle. Daboll wants the head coach job here. If not, he's the Titans OC. All signs point to Webb. See, to me, the only thing that I was under the impression yesterday that Klint Kubiak, no chance he's leaving Seattle and no chance he's taking the Raiders job. There have been a lot of people still putting out there into the universe that Klint Kubiak's still up in the running for the Raiders. It's just it's a guessing game, and I don't think anybody can sit up here and say that they know what's going to happen, right? Because if anybody's going to get into a source battle with Adam Schefter, I think you're going to lose. So when Schefter mentions Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, Davis Webb, and doesn't even mention Klint Kubiak's name as potentially being a candidate for the Raiders, and then goes on and says, hey, every single opening is going to be filled by Wednesday. And then you got other people out there from like Sports New York that are going, Klint Kubiak is the favorite for the Raiders job. I see a lot of odds out there say Klint Kubiak's the favorite for the job, but there hasn't been a second interview request. Like until I see a second in-person interview request for Klint Kubiak, I'm going to think that Davis Webb is the guy. I am. I'm going to think he's the guy. Now, if we get into Thursday and Webb's still not hired, then my confidence for Kubiak's going to go up a little bit. Like if the Cardinals hire their guy, if the Browns hire their guy, and it's only the Raiders left, and Kubiak's still out there, if I'm the Raiders, I wait until the end of that Super Bowl.
Yep.
Again, if you think Kubiak's available, you wait till the end of the Super Bowl. He's worth waiting for in my book. Wrong way. Okay. We'll see. Not a sponsor today. Soul, how long you going live for when we hire a head coach? I have no idea, dude. Yeah. Again, my wife asked me how long I would go live if the Raiders ended up hiring a coach. And I literally think what it ends up coming down to is how long y'all want me to stay live for. It's because the way that I'll probably end up doing it is the first 2-3 hours is going to be me just reacting to all the news that's coming in. And, giving you guys my honest opinion. And then it's going to be answering a lot of super chats. I already have a few shows designed of who I think the DC is going to be, who I think the OC is going to be. Those are going to be shows that we end up doing. And then after that, if people are down to party, I'll put it up there and I'll be like, hey, if y'all want to get this thing going, if you want to put some beers down, you want to celebrate, I'll stay live as long, and I mean as long as you guys want. Balto is kind of a fake story. Oh, I heard all them yelling.
I think it's our lunch, I think, was canceled, but it might be here.
Oh, really? I actually forgot to get in lunch today. Balto is kind of a fake story. Watch Togo for the real story, epic story.
That's how long ago that was.
What?
When we talked about the Iditarod.
That's so long ago.
The people are sending their comments.
I love the movie Balto, so I don't want it to be ruined for me. And I hope you understand. But I'll look into Togo. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe. I feel like the Raiders need to be patient and make the push for Klint. Curious to know who he'd bring in as his coordinators. Like, you're talking Klint Kubiak? I mean, again, to me, I have a few names that I've already written down of who I personally would like the Raiders to bring in. Now, again, a lot of this is predicated on maybe the Raiders go out and they hire a Davis Webb. But I do wonder, could Declan Doyle be a name? And that's only because he is right now the offensive coordinator for the Bears. But Declan Doyle has shown interest in some other jobs. And because he's working underneath Ben Johnson, if you're the Raiders, could you go get the OC that's working underneath Ben Johnson? That could be a name to keep in mind. I'll throw out the name. I wonder if Nate Scheelhaase goes to the Browns, so I don't know if that's going to be a name. Cliff Kingsbury has to be somebody that is going to be mentioned here. I have Darrell Bevel, Frank Smith. Can get rid of these names here. Maybe you try to bring in a guy like Josh McCown, Chandler Whitmer, Frank Reich. There's going to be some other names, but you also then got to sit back. Like, I would look at the Seattle Seahawks coaching staff, and I would go, all right, who's the quarterback coach there? Who's maybe the run game? Like, try to figure out who the best coach is on that staff. Maybe go look at who he was with in Minnesota in 2021. Maybe go look to see who he was with New Orleans in 2024. Those are all going to be it. So risk it for the biscuit, PG. I think if you're the Raiders and you don't risk it for the biscuit, shame on you. What do you have to lose? I know this is a really important offseason, but no matter what the hire is, it's a risk, and you can't tell me otherwise. Insert person's name. It's a risk. Peyton's comment about nightmare for him is referring to our management. It was the reason Parcells recommended turning down Al Davis. That's fine. Again, man, like I don't blame Peyton for saying it. And if you want to see what it was, Broncos coach Sean Payton to reporters in Denver on the potential of Davis Webb being hired by the Raiders, quote, it would be a pain in the ass for him. Because I do think some organizations are ran really well, and obviously the Raiders have been a very, very poorly ran organization. Just the facts. 10 Commandments, again, man, appreciate you. Appreciate everyone getting these questions, getting these comments in here. Let's go to Wrong Way. Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Zach Taylor, quarterback coach. Head coach.
Taylor, quarterback coach?
I think what he's saying is Andy Reid, Sean Payton,
QB
and Zach Taylor were QB coach to head coach. Okay. That surprises me a little bit, though. I don't remember I do remember Zach Taylor, Andy Reid. So he went from the Green Bay Packers quarterback coach and assistant head coach, which is what basically what Davis Webb is. And then he went to be the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. Had some good years in there. Sean Payton, I guess. I'm going to look that one up.
Everyone thought Andy Reid was done.
And then Payton goes
and wins some Super Bowls.
So Payton, though, the difference, I guess, with Payton was he was the New York Giants offensive coordinator in 2000 to 2002. Then he went to the Dallas Cowboys from 2003 to 2005, where he was an assistant head coach and quarterbacks coach. And then he was the New Orleans Saints
So he had some play calling.
Yeah. Interesting. So, again, still at least a little bit. Yeah, still at least a little bit. So that's really, really intriguing. I appreciate that. I like that. So Andy Reid, Zach Taylor, Sean Payton. Castro, Sean Payton took a shot at Davis Webb possibly taking the job for the Raiders. I don't mind it. Renee, what up, Mitch? Kubiak for head coach. Webb is OC. Sounds like a wet dream. Renee, shout out to you. We got Tracy Morris. Madden was linebacker coach before a great head coach. I'm a little bit hesitant to bring this up because obviously how much of a disaster Antonio Pierce was. But, I don't always think that it's as simple as – I think if you think that there's only one way to do it, shame on you. And If you really truly believe in a guy and that's the guy you want, and if Davis Webb's your dude, then figure out a way to go bring him in. I will say this: I gotta go take a quick pee, if that's possible. If you could hold down the fort.
Yes.
Also, Suavemente, I just saw you get in this duck race, and then Tyler Dooling, also getting in this duck race. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Stephen Corbel getting it in. Right now, winner would go home with $130 here on the Raiders Report. 130. 130. You can keep rolling through if you want, or if you want to wait for me.
I'll wait for you.
Cool. I was
Most
gonna say
of
we
these questions
got
are
plenty of
so.
time.
Yeah, we're not going nowhere.
We ain't going nowhere. So you guys are gonna hang out with Reed for a little bit. Again, if you guys want to ask him anything, don't be afraid. Shoot your shot. Reminder: if you want to get in the duck race, here's the QR code that you can scan. Add me as a friend. It's as simple as that. I'm going to just go take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back here in about 60 seconds to 2 minutes.
To an hour. What's going on, everybody? Let's see. We got almost 1,700 people hanging out in here. Reed put Mitchell as tiny cam. With that camera, we can't, because the webcam is how my camera is, so obviously it's not as high quality as the camera in front. But what's going on, everybody? Rebel Montana said Marsh check. I think he's doing I think the Knicks play tonight, so he's not here yet. Dwayne, what's up, man? Michael said any team from the AFC West doesn't want the Raiders to get Kubiak. Scared. I mean, seeing what Kubiak has done with Sam Darnold and that Seahawks offense getting to the Super Bowl, why wouldn't you want him? Why wouldn't you be scared about a guy who can continue Sam Darnold's success that he had in Minnesota? RJ Paradise. Hey, Reed, I like you. Thanks. Better than Chugs? What? No, not better than Chugs. Wheat Supreme said Reed is interim head coach right now. Yep. I'm driving the boat right now. Oh, as much as standing is way worse than sitting. Sitting, I just get like stiff. I get stiff. What has Klint done before Seahawks? Well, he was the OC for the Saints, and it didn't go great. But I think I think with that situation there, yes, yep. I don't know what that means. No, that's why I asked. Oh, that's awesome. We get 2 lunches today because yeah, if you want to. We have a special guest. You guys might not be very excited for him, but it's Moose.
Let's go Broncos!
Oh, brother.
Hello, Raider Nation.
FDEN in the chat right now.
Oh, there we go.
It's Moose, the
the
host of Broncos Breakdown.
What a tough way to go out if you're Moose and the Denver Broncos. But there is whispers right now that you might be taking my glorious quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, there
Webb.
are the whispers.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of F-dens in here.
Yep, get him the fuck out of here.
I expected this. I'm not gonna lie.
I was waiting for it. I like Marsh sometimes hops on too.
I expected this.
Look at everybody. Everyone's
Oh
like,
yeah,
get
no,
out of here.
I would expect them to, because it's FLV whenever we play the Raiders. So.
What happened in the AFC Championship? We were live together.
Sean
for
Payton
that.
blew the game.
Sean Payton blew the game.
So
now he's talking shit to.
Well, he's talking shit to Davis Webb, and it's
Yeah.
like, dude, if the Raiders don't hire him,
He's coming
what's
back.
that gonna be like when he comes back?
Maybe it's a PR. Maybe it's a PR thing.
I don't know. All I know is that was some of the worst second half coaching I've ever seen. And I get it. It's in a snowstorm. You know, you're playing in a blizzard in a snow globe with a backup quarterback. But you take the points.
You take the points,
You
Sean.
take the points, Sean.
Yeah, he ruined it.
He ruined it. He blew it for us.
Marcel said, Daboll to the Titans. Well, Daboll to the Titans if he doesn't take the Raiders position. So Diana Rossini said, Las Vegas Raiders have not yet decided on their next head coach. As a result, Brian Daboll has not made a decision regarding the OC position with the Tennessee Titans. According to multiple league sources, if he doesn't get Las Vegas, he's expected to land with the Titans. So sort of like when Mike McDaniel, when he said, I'll go with the Chargers if I don't get a head coach position. And then he eventually was like, all right, didn't get one, so he's with the Chargers.
I will say this.
Yeah, they said you have the right color on, though.
I do have the black on today, which a lot of Broncos fans have gotten after me for. They're like, you should never wear black on the ever. I got one guy that said he's unsubscribing because I wore a plain black T-shirt one day.
And
I went, yeah, all right, whatever.
Acceptable.
But I will say this to the Raiders fans. As much as I have a disdain for the fan base, you guys are getting a real quarterback. I think Fernando Mendoza is a dog.
Hey,
I think he's
there
a
we
dog.
go.
I think he's really, really good. So you give
Mendoza.
You get Mendoza a couple of years, he's going to be a really good player.
This guy.
He's going to be a real good player.
This guy right here.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Back comes Mitchell
he's getting
Renz,
kicked out.
365. He's kicking me out.
Oh, my God, he just punched him. No. Fight me.
Oh, man. All right, y'all. I'm back. Sorry. So did you hear the good news? If you need to go grab
yeah,
some
we
food.
got 2 lunches, I heard.
So I did not get my lunch order in today. So
you just got.
Well, I was kind of like, oh, man, what am I going to do for food? Like, I need something to eat. I could already feel it, happening a little bit. I was getting tired there. I was like, I need a boost. And then I walk out. I was going to steal a protein bar from Chugs. But they're like, hey, did you hear the news? And basically, yeah, we got a free lunch today. So there's Cane's out there, and then whatever the hell you guys ordered. So I just swallowed 3 tenders, giggity, as quickly as I possibly can. Back, ready to rock and roll. Foxhound, what's going on, Fox? We are not talking about Tomlin enough. 53, still relatively young. Had major success with a young Roethlisberger. No reason why he wouldn't be successful in Vegas. What happens if the Pittsburgh Steelers said that I want your number 1 overall pick?
Because they can do that.
So you have to trade for Tomlin. And Tomlin also made it very clear that he wants a year off from football. So I don't really think it makes a lot of sense for the Raiders to
be like McCarthy.
To say, hey, we're going to trade for a coach that wants to take a year off. So, like, he's got multiple years still on his contract with Pittsburgh, and since he's the one that stepped away, I personally will say that I think it was a mutual split, but because the way they did it, and it was actually a smart job by Pittsburgh to say, again, like if you're stepping away, that means you're still technically underneath contract. So he stepped away for a year. He is still technically under that contract, and because of that, Pittsburgh's still going to pay him. Like they have to, I forget what the exact money is, but they're paying him in 2026, 2027. So, I mean, I said this before, like I don't think that there's 32 people on planet Earth that are a better head coach than Mike Tomlin. And I said the same thing about Mike McCarthy. And in all honesty, I did. But to me, the reason why if you're the Raiders, you can't do this is because you need to be able to hold on to your draft capital. You need to be able to hold on to some of those other pieces that are going to be needed if you want to get this thing going in the right direction. Also, I don't know if y'all – I see a lot of FDENs. Yeah, my guy Moose. I know you guys look at Moose as our Broncos guy, and I don't blame you, but he's the guy I sit right next to at work. Him and I talk all the time. We've been talking a lot, and I mean a lot about Davis Webb, trying to get as much information as I possibly can on him. So, believe me, every time you see Sam, every time y'all see Moose up here, do not be afraid to boo him, but also at the same time, I can't tell people to not come in the studio. Hope you guys understand. Hopefully you understand. I'm looking right now at the live poll. What's crazy is we got over 4,000 votes on that bad boy, and I believe we've actually had to change that poll multiple times. Because the first time I put it was right before the Joe Brady news happened, because I scheduled this live, and then Joe Brady ended up getting hired. So the fact that we've had over 4,000 people vote today, pretty flippin' amazing, man. Pretty flippin' amazing. Raider for life. We don't like it, but we understand. Black Lion Supreme, shout out to you, man. Understood. It's good to have you here, dude. Though I think that you're a Gruden guy. That's okay. It's all love. It's all love. I don't know why. First thing I thought of when I saw your name was Gruden. So if that's not true, I apologize. If you are a Gruden guy, I wish I could help. All right, Foxhound, hopefully that answers your question. Kai, what's going on, dude? I need a recap. Who is your favorite as head coach right now? The guy that I want is still Klint Kubiak. That's never changed. And I don't think it ever will change, quite frankly. Klint Kubiak has always been, and he's been my number one candidate for the Raiders going back to even December. In terms of who do I think is the favorite to get the job, I'm still going to go with Davis Webb, and it's only because I haven't heard anything in regards to Kubiak. Schefter was really big on, not really mentioning Kubiak. My sources, again, the sources that I talked to on Thursday and on Sunday, they never gave me a name. They never were like, Davis Webb's going to be the guy. They never said that. Thursday was more, this is what I'm hearing, and they heard it from a Raiders owner, okay? So when you hear that, and I go, all right, well, that sounds like they thought they were talking about LaFleur. I said I thought they were talking about Davis Webb. Sunday then happens, and had a source call me late that night, and they're going, hey, I heard that one of the Raiders owners is flying in to Las Vegas, which I found out is a 16-hour flight to Vegas, and that they were expecting to hire a coach. So because I heard that, and because I knew Klint Kubiak wasn't going to be interviewed on Monday, my dots were, well, does that mean that they're going to hire Davis Webb? Because what I was told Thursday, what I was told Sunday, that to me added up to being Webb. So I'll still say that I believe Webb's going to be the guy, but I'll also say this. I don't want to say I would be happy if I was wrong, because being wrong and getting Klint Kubiak sounds pretty flippin' awesome to me. What up, Josh? Mitch hosts a tailgate party before every game and a watch party during every game at Allegiant Stadium. Hire him, Mark. I'm not trying to say this as I don't want it to come off as cocky. I think it's just an honest statement. I don't think that there is a better person on planet Earth to do exactly what you're saying. Imagine how many more. I think a lot more Raiders fans would show up to the tailgate. I do think more Raiders fans would try to get into the game. To me, I think of, we have down here, it's called Texas Live. Imagine if we had a smaller version of a Texas Live where you could be in Allegiant Stadium. You could hear the atmosphere of the stadium, but also, be hanging out with me and hanging out with a bunch of other Raiders fans, being a part of the Raiders Report, and we're still just talking about the game and having a good time. I think that is a valuable asset. I also know this. I bet you right now, if Mark Davis looked at what his YouTube channel, the Raiders YouTube channel, what it makes in terms of subs, views, revenue, I guarantee you we're probably 100 times that. And I'm just very confident in that ability. So I think, if Mark wanted to be able to figure out a way to put more money in his pocket, it's not a lot of money, but it's some money, Mark. Kayleen, what up? I think Kubiak would have Andrew Janoko as an OC. Kubiak is my number one pick. What I love about this time of the year is how often I get hit with a name, and I'm like, all right, well, let me look up this guy real quick. Quarterback coach for Seattle. All right, so I said earlier on the show, I kind of agree with you, Kayleen. I'm looking at this right now, and he was the Vikings quarterback coach in 2021 with Klint Kubiak. He then was the New Orleans Saints quarterback coach in 2024 with Klint Kubiak. And right now he is currently the Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator with Klint Kubiak. So if we're doing odds out there, I think that is probably one of the top names that you'd have to consider that he's going to bring in to be the offensive coordinator. Kayleen, shout out to you. I appreciate that one. Josh, rookie quarterback, a positive or negative for new coaches? Both? Like what's the plan? If you're a team where you're look at the Minnesota Vikings. I think they're a perfect example of why it could be a negative. I know J.J. McCarthy wasn't a rookie this year, but he did play and start for the first time. The Minnesota Vikings won 14 games with Sam Darnold, and that team is complete. They have a ready-to-win football team right now. That's a bad team because they decided to invest in McCarthy, and McCarthy was just so clearly far away from being good that it impacted their season. Now they had a bad year. I think where it can also be, even if you struggle a little bit, I think the Raiders are the situation where even if you struggle, it's okay. Because what's important there is your quarterback showing growth? Is your team at least showing that they are a competitive football team week in and week out? Because in the NFL, you might win and lose a few games. I mean, look at the Raiders, right? The Bears game, the Jags game. There's a few games in there where we were kind of in there. We were kind of close. Hell, we beat a team that's playing in the flipping Super Bowl. So I think it depends what your plan is. If you think you're a Super Bowl winning team, I actually think having a rookie quarterback is a negative. If you're a team that's going, I'm going to build for the future, then I think it's a positive. But again, every team, every coaching situation is 100% completely different. Jersey boy, what's going on, man? Don't get me wrong, Mitch. I might not like Webb, but if he gets the job, I hope he proves me wrong. But to answer your question of who else, McDermott. Okay. I know this one happened a little while ago, but I think we got to stop going. If they hire Davis Webb and there's no other, and I mean no other second interview request for Klint, I think us as fans got to sit back and go, it's because Klint Kubiak didn't want the job. And if Klint Kubiak doesn't want the job, then we can't just say, I don't want Davis Webb. Because I'll tell you this right now, I want no part of Matt Nagy. I want no part of Vance Joseph. I want no part of Ejiro Evero. Chris Shula, I would entertain that idea. Obviously, though, Shula's kind of fallen down a little bit. But you guys know I love the Sean McVay tree. Scheelhaase is interesting, though. I'd make the argument that I think Davis Webb is more qualified than Nate Scheelhaase. Mike LaFleur, but it sounds like he's going to go to Arizona. If we're talking about just coaches that the Raiders have requested to interview, if it's not Davis Webb and it's not Klint Kubiak, it's where it's going to get dicey. And if it's not Chris Shula, then it's really going to get dicey. What up, Seahawks fam? I think Mendoza is a fraud. He's so overrated. Yeah, I keep saying this. I said this the other day on my show. I've never seen an undefeated Heisman-winning trophy quarterback who went undefeated get more disrespect than Fernando Mendoza. And I hope that people do keep doubting him. I do hope people keep on, but to me, I don't know how a 6'5", 225-pound quarterback with elite level of accuracy that can throw on all four levels of the field and is just super smart upstairs is a fraud. And, who? Phenomenal leader. I think if we were to look at what a franchise quarterback looks like now to people compared to, you go back 10, 15 years ago when it's the Ben Roethlisbergers, Joe Flacco, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, blessed with all these just really, really good quarterbacks, guys that were way more pro-ready because I think a lot of the college systems they were in were pro-ready. So, I think it's funny how different, quarterbacks are now because everybody wants a guy that can run. Everybody wants a guy that's got a big arm. If you were to look at Anthony Richardson and Fernando Mendoza on paper, I bet people would be like, Anthony Richardson's a better quarterback. But he can't play quarterback. Mike, regardless of who they hire, I am more concerned about the time we are taking and the miss we may have to deal with on top of coordinators. A Webb hire with a weak or new OC will be a problem. This is big from Schefter. Broncos defensive pass coordinator Jim Leonhard is expected to be a leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. So Jim Leonhard was somebody that I was wondering if Davis Webb could potentially bring in. If Webb gets hired, the number one guy I would want the Raiders to try to bring in is Jim Leonhard, who he's a staff member. I was gonna send it to you. You got it? So right now, Jim Leonhard, he's the assistant head coach and defensive pass game coordinator for the Denver Broncos. And if I bring in Davis Webb, that's the guy that I really, really want to try to bring in. But if he's going to be the front runner, and it sounds like he's the front runner. Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Sounds like he's the front runner in Buffalo. That's interesting. But that report just came in from Adam Schefter. Interesting. Again, like in terms of taking time, I do agree with you that it would make me nervous. I don't know if I would say again, we don't know if it's going to be a good hire or a bad hire, and that's just the God honest truth. I think as a fan, you got to be hopeful, and I think you just got to be hopeful that they bring in a good DC and a good OC. So here's the news that literally just rolled in from Schefter. Broncos defensive pass coordinator Jim Leonhard is expected to be a leading candidate to become the next DC for the Buffalo Bills. Good news is that's a really good coach leaving the Denver Broncos. Bad news, not coming to the Raiders if Davis Webb's hired. And that, if I'm the Raiders and I am seriously considering Davis Webb as my next head coach, there's no way that conversations haven't been had about Jim Leonhard. And if I'm Webb right now, I'm trying to call the Raiders and be like, hey, again, I don't know who he would bring in as DC. I would say the number one candidate that Webb would try to bring in is somebody along the lines of Jim Leonhard. This might be a domino. Again, sometimes when certain things happen, other dominoes, they start to fall. I do wonder if this could be one of those dominoes that might speed up the process a little bit. We shall see. I looked again. We are fully up to date on the duck race. So, again, it's a $20 Venmo chance to win $130 here on the Raiders Report. Special shout-out also right now to today's MVP, Cast Joey. If you're the MVP on today's program, I will wear your jersey tomorrow when I go live. I'm going to be live basically all day again here on the show. If you don't know the deals, Super Chat, let me know who you want your pick is for head coach. We've been trying to do our best to keep points, keep tally. Reed's been crushing it back there. If you want a chance to put some money in your pocket, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Rents 365. If you want a Raiders Report hat, $69 Venmo, first name, last name, shipping address. If you bang, so far we got one bang, and that's Cast Joey. And if you're the MVP, I will rock your jersey tomorrow here on the program. Justine, what's going on? Mitch, looking forward to Kubiak. Am getting the jitters since our history shows that we're slow to take action in time. We're going to get left hanging. Results, scraps, and desperate, stupid moves. See, this is the glass half full Raider fan take. And the Raiders, I actually think that the way that the Raiders have done it this offseason is the right way. Because in years past, they haven't done a lot of interviews. They've been like, we're going to go with McDaniels. We're going to go with Gruden. We're going to go with Antonio Pierce. Like, I bet you this hiring cycle, they have interviewed more people than they have probably the last, I don't know if it's the last 3 combined, but I bet you it's pretty damn close. And I say, Reed said they're doing their due diligence, and I agree with that. They're trying to dot their I's and cross their T's. But also at the same time, like, I don't think you're going to be left with scraps. Like, let's say Mike LaFleur goes to Arizona, right? Cleveland, nobody wants that job. Nobody wants that Cleveland Browns job. They might promote the defensive coordinator because nobody wants it. So, like, if you're saying scraps and desperate, stupid moves, like, I don't really think Sean McDermott is a scrap, desperate move. I don't think Davis Webb is a scrap, desperate move. Like, there are other coaches out there that you can still absolutely get. Now, they could say no. No doubt that they could say no. And that's, like, the other part of the equation where, like, we're sitting here going, oh, the Raiders are taking forever. Sometimes we got to look at the coaching search as like being on a dating app, right? Like, you could sit there and you're like, I'm ready to go on a date. I'm ready to find my wife. I'm ready to find my person. But if nobody's swiping right on you, it don't matter. And that can also be part of the equation here. It's going to be interesting. I will say I will continue. In my heart of hearts, I do believe that Davis Webb and Klint Kubiak, I think the Raiders want to hire Klint, but we haven't heard anything about Klint. And I do think that Davis Webb is still the favorite to get the job, but that's because I don't know if Klint's going to get the job. Stabler, what happened to quarterbacks calling their own plays? I mean, I think quarterbacks always listen to what the head coach and offensive coordinator. I think what you're saying here is maybe like the ability to audible. the ability to switch it up, and there's a lot of veterans that still do it. There's a lot of young quarterbacks that still do it. But Brady kind of talked about this in his book. I'll say, I mean, to me, it's a right. You got to earn that right. And it's not just something that I think is given outright. Now, again, there's certain situations, like if you trust your guy, then you should be able to believe in him enough to be able to make the right call and be able to make the right read. But also, like Brady has talked about the reason why, and I mean, we talk about it all the time here at Chat Sports. I think quarterback play has significantly regressed in terms of the amount of really good quarterbacks in the NFL. Think about 10, 15 years ago, how many good quarterbacks there were in the NFL. I think quarterback play right now is almost at an all-time low, and I do believe one of the reasons why it's at an all-time low is, one, college football, NIL deals. You got guys transferring left and right. They don't really fully learn what's the importance. Like we talk so much about arm talent and legs. What happened to learning how to be a leader? What happened to learning how to play the quarterback position? Because the quarterback position is you're the field general. Like that's a very important role to be able to learn. And I do think it's something that's being lost in college, because also a lot of these colleges, though, they're doing these gimmicky college schemes. They work in college. They don't always translate the best to the NFL. I mean, go ask Chip Kelly. Daniel, love this picture. Hypothetical, would you take if he trades back? So you're asking me if Klint Kubiak wanted to trade back, would I take him as a head coach? I'll say this. I don't think he gets the job, personally. I believe that the Raiders want Fernando Mendoza. I don't think he would get the job if he wanted to trade back. But also at the same time, I do think finding the right head coach is just as important as being able to find that franchise quarterback. I guess my question to Klint would be, what's your plan B at QB? Because then I don't think it's going to be in the draft. To me, if Klint Kubiak did this, it's because he's worked with Jalen Milroe for a year and that he wants to bring Jalen Milroe in to be the quarterback here and run a very run-heavy style of offense, kind of like what you've seen like Philadelphia do with Jalen Hurts, where you go, all right, he's clearly not a good thrower of the football, but he's an outstanding athlete. And can I pair that guy with an Ashton Genty and a two tight end system with Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer? Like that logic makes sense to me, but I'll still say, I guess my answer to this is yes, I would. But that's because I got to believe in. If you want Clinton, you got to believe in him, and you got to kind of have to buy into what he's doing. What up, Ryan? Mitch, how are you, sir? So Webb or no Webb? I still think that Webb is the front runner for this job because, again, that's what I've heard. But at the same time, I think anybody that acts like they know who's going to be the next Raiders head coach, you're guessing. And, again, like to me, I don't want to say I'm guessing, but you're guessing based on information that's been given to you. And the information that was given to me starting on Thursday to where we are now, all that smoke leads to Davis Webb. It's crickets right now around Klint Kubiak. The only people that I think are really talking about Kubiak are, I think, people that are looking at a lot of betting sites, and I think a lot of people are also assuming that Klint is going to take a job. So if I know I'm a sports book or if I'm somebody like that and I go, well, Klint Kubiak was the top guy, if all these jobs are filled, and it's pretty well known that I think Mike LaFleur is going to be Arizona's guy, Clint's definitely not going to go to Cleveland. So I think what happens is people start guessing. So people go, oh, well, Clint's obviously going to go to the Raiders. But there's been no real chatter about Klint Kubiak coming to the Raiders from multiple NFL insiders out there. Now, some people will say they have sources, but at the same time, I'm only going off of what I've been told and what's been reported. I think that's where we have to stand. But I will say I still believe right now, if you were to ask me, who do I think is going to be the next Raiders head coach, I will say Davis Webb. Tim Phillips, 2 years it's been about how well Peyton has developed Bo Nix. Why now is Webb getting credit when people justify him interviewing for a head coaching job? This is a really great question, and I don't blame anybody for raising this question. I think it's like anything. I think it's multiple people can take responsibility for something that's good happen, right? Like if you raise a kid and he ends up being outstanding, it's not just the mom or the dad. Sometimes multiple people could take credit for, raising a really good kid. And I look at what Bo Nix has been able to do and the way that he's been able to develop. But this isn't the first time that Davis Webb has been a part of a quarterback room, whether it be a player, whether it be a coach, and that player has been the best version of himself. Now, you look at Patrick Mahomes' growth as a quarterback at Texas Tech. That's a lot. Then you go and you look at what Davis Webb, I guess we can go through it. You look at with what he was able to do with Mahomes. Webb learned underneath Cliff Kingsbury. You might like Cliff, you might not. He's a really good X's and O's guy. That's important to be able to learn that. Also, Mahomes has mentioned that Webb helped him in college. He worked him. I don't know what that last line is. That got screwed up. Somebody switched that. Well, no, I think the other part that I want to add here about Davis Webb is you also got to sit back and you got to go, well, he was a big part of Cal. And, we kind of talked about the story the other day about, we talked about it earlier today, about how he was like coaching up Cal in his first year and how coaches would allow him to run coaching meetings. Like, you're talking about a kid in college running coaching meetings. Like, that is, to me, very impressive. Then you look at the New York Jets situation. The Jets situation, I think, is important to learn from because of how much of a disaster it was. Webb was on the roster when Sam Darnold was drafted number 3 overall. Also, Josh McCown is on that squad. McCown is currently the quarterback coach for the Minnesota Vikings and very widely regarded as a very extremely forward-thinking, offensive-minded coach. So if I'm Davis Webb and I'm in that room, I kind of see what not to do with my young rookie quarterback, throwing him to the Wolves and Sam Darnold. I also was able to learn with Josh McCown. On top of that, Todd Bowles was with the Jets in 2018. He's got that John Spytek connection. So I wonder if I'm Spytek and I got some questions, you're damn right I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call Todd Bowles and say, hey, what do you think about Davis Webb? I guarantee you that it's going to be a really good conversation because all the conversations right now around Webb are pretty positive. Then you look at his time in Buffalo. He was with Josh Allen from 2019 to 2021. Sure, he was a backup there, but look at the numbers that Allen had in 2018 before Davis Webb was a part of that organization. 52.8% completion percentage, 2,074 yards, 10 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Brian Daboll gets a lot of credit. Joe Brady gets a lot of credit. Josh Allen deserves a lot of credit. The Buffalo Bills organization deserves a lot of credit. But how many times have we seen of Davis Webb being a part of the equation, and then the equation is a good result? So you look at those 3 years of Allen and how much better he started to play. I mean, he had his highest quarterback rating that he's ever had in the year of 2020. Made massive leaps forward in 2019. Had a really solid year in 2019, 2020, 2021. So, to me, I go, well, Josh Allen saw a lot of success. Then you look at the New York Giants in 2022. He was the third-string quarterback, and, you can say what you want about Tyrod Taylor. He's a phenomenal professional, and he's been able to stay in the league a long time. But then especially Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, a lot of people consider to be a draft bust coming out of Duke. Jones had the best year that he's ever had, 67.2% completion percentage, 3,205 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Hell, the Giants won a playoff game. Jones ended up signing that a 4-year, I want to say it was like a $160 million contract. The year that Davis Webb leaves the New York Giants, he has a massive letdown season. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you think about Daniel Jones now. He had a good year with Indianapolis this past season. But, the way that Daniel Jones was perceived with Davis Webb compared to the way that he was perceived without him, totally different. And now you look at Bo Nix, and you think about Bo Nix and how he's been a great system quarterback the first 2 seasons, and the fact that you're learning underneath Sean Payton, a guy that made the jump from being a quarterback coach to being a head coach in the NFL. I also think that Stidham looked serviceable before the weather really took over in that AFC Championship game. So, I get that Davis Webb might not have the offensive coordinator experience. He might not have a lot of the coaching years under his belt. But at what point do we go, oh, that's just a fluke, it's a coincidence? To me, that's, you're talking about 5 different occasions where, is it a fluke? Or is it because when Davis Webb is in that room, he makes your quarterback better? And if you're the Raiders, your number one question mark this year is, how can I get the most out of Fernando Mendoza? How can I get the most out of the number 1 overall pick? And, I mean, based on that track record alone, I think it's really hard for anybody to argue that Davis Webb doesn't make the quarterbacks better. And I think that that's going to be one of the biggest reasons why he does and does not get that job. But I think he's been able to prove that he can do a lot with quarterbacks. Does that make anybody feel better about Davis Webb seeing all that? What up, Raider Randy? If the Raiders don't have a head coach by Wednesday, it's Kubiak. Brady covered their last game, probably spoke with him then, saving the second interview to seal the deal. I don't know if I 100% agree with this statement, but if the Raiders don't have a head coach hired by Wednesday, when Adam Schefter said that every single coaching position is going to be filled, that's when I stopped considering what Schefter said in the same breath. Like, I don't know if I explained that well. Like, in my mind, it's still not Wednesday yet. And I know Schefter's very well connected. So if what I'm hearing and what Schefter is saying align, that's what I'm going to believe. And what Schefter's saying and what I'm hearing all align of Davis Webb is going to be the next head coach of the Raiders. But I agree with you. If there's not a hiring by Wednesday, then I think you have to take what Schefter said and you kind of have to throw it out the window a little bit because Joe Brady's not in the running. Brian Daboll technically is in the running, but that's for a head coach job, and if he doesn't get it, he'll take the Titans OC job. So, like, I agree with you that Wednesday, like, if I come into this on Thursday, if I'm here on Thursday and there's still no head coaching gig, I will sit up here and I will go, I believe Klint Kubiak, that the Raiders want Klint Kubiak. But also at the same time, if you don't get that second interview, and I don't even know if I would blame Klint because, again, like, I want a head coach that's focused on keeping the main thing. And right now, Klint's number one focus should be on Super Bowl 60. Jason, what's going on, dude? The last time Sean Payton talked about another organization, the Jags shut him up pretty good. Hopefully, we teach him the same lesson. There's nothing that would make me happier than shutting Sean Payton up. Yeah, it's the one we just answered. I'll also say this. I got a lot of – so Sean's daughter, she used to work here at Chat Sports. It wasn't for a long time, but I got to know Megan. She was a very, very nice girl, very smart girl. Really kicked ass. I think she's still kicking ass right now in her career. Just got married. Congratulations to her and her significant other. I don't remember his name. But I know Sean Payton is not a very well-liked coach. But you know what? I kind of wish more coaches had that mentality. I kind of wish that, again, football and professional sports in today's day and age would go back to the, I don't like you, you don't like me, I'm here to win a game. If you don't like it, tough shit. And that's one thing I do respect about Sean. And I think you have to respect it. But I'll tell you this right now, there's nothing that would make me happier than for the Raiders to hire a guy like Davis Webb and Davis Webb to meet Sean Payton at the 50-yard line after a Raiders win and be like, insert blank here, because I don't think there'd be a blank statement. What up, Raider Mitch? What if Kubiak wants the job? It comes with him bringing in his own quarterback. Who do we value more, Kubiak or Mendoza? This is a phenomenal question. I want y'all to answer this question. What would you value more? You get Kubiak type K, Mendoza type M. Let me know down below. I really, really like this answer a lot. I have my answer, though. I have my answer. Would you go Klint or would you go Mendoza? Interesting. Seeing a lot of M's down below from Suave, though I am seeing a few K's. What's going on? Sam Brown in the building. In the building. Rebel, after this ad break? No, I don't control any of the ads on live, I'll be honest with you. I only control ads on videos that aren't live. So, and then even sometimes I've noticed, I'll put, there's some videos, I won't even put an ad in it, and then I'll notice that, YouTube just, threw an ad or two in there. Sometimes YouTube gets wild. They throw a bunch of ads in there. But that's, I feel usually during, the holidays and stuff like that. I would like to say, it would depend, and I only say that because it totally depends on what the quarterback is going to be for Klint Kubiak. But at the same time, he made Derek Carr in that Saints offense look really flipping good. He made Kirk Cousins and that Vikings offense in 2021 look really flipping good. He's making Sam Darnold right now look really flipping good. And I do wonder, can Klint be able to work with a certain quarterback and make it happen? I am Team Mendoza, and I want the Raiders to bring in Mendoza. Man, I'm just twisted because, like, you could have Mendoza be your quarterback, but if you hired Vance Joseph to be your head coach, I'd be like, yikes, that's a disaster. So I'm kind of leaning towards Klint here. I'm not going to lie to y'all, but also at the same time, I'm torn because it's kind of like you're going down the road that you've gone down. Right? Like, imagine another previous Seahawks guy brings in his own quarterback. That's what McDaniel's done with Garoppolo. Minshew wasn't AP or Telesco's guy, but they still did it. It's interesting. I mean, it's a phenomenal question. If you told me right now I got to answer this question, I would probably lean Mendoza, because I still think that we're going to be able to get another good head coach candidate in here. So I guess I'm going to go with Mendoza, but that's probably one of the most difficult questions I've had to wrap my mind around in a very long time. Dwayne says, without an O-line, it doesn't matter. You're not wrong. We got to be able to build the offensive line. Luckily, we got a lot of money in order to do it, and hopefully the Raiders find a way where they can get it done. Speaking of getting it done, we're getting this done today. Shout out to Prize Picks for being America's number one fantasy sports app out there. The big game, it's almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Do you miss fantasy football? Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections each week. Get in on the action. Prize Picks is available in all 50 states, Yoda Jenkins. Raiders for Life 100 says, I love Prize Picks. Get it down in the chat because they put their users first. So all withdrawals are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. So, suavemente, download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Mark Call, Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Let's go to Raider Mitch again. I think it's Webb and Kingsbury with Mendoza. See, I like the pairing of Webb and Kingsbury, but I go back to something that I was told where the Raiders did not like, and there are certain people inside of that Raiders organization that were very much so rubbed the wrong way, by Cliff backing out of their handshake agreement. You know, because I'm the type of person where I'm going to believe you until you give me a reason not to. It's how I am. Maybe it's the small town guy in me. Like, where I grow up, dude, people leave their keys in cars, doors unlocked. It's, again, small town vibes. Obviously, I don't do that here in Dallas because if I did, you know, somebody would probably steal my car. But if you don't have trust, it's really hard, I think, to build something in the right way. And there's always going to be a part of me that sits back and I go, do I trust Cliff Kingsbury? I don't know. Do you trust Cliff Kingsbury? I don't know. And I think it'd be kind of hard to say that you 100% as a Raiders organization do believe in Cliff. No doubt he's good X's and O's. No doubt he's got that relationship with Webb from their time at Texas Tech. And I think if this hire were to happen, it wouldn't be so much, let's go get Cliff Kingsbury to be with Webb. It's Davis Webb looking at them and going, hey, you believe in me, right? I'm not even an offensive coordinator, but you hired me to be the head coach. I'm telling you right now, Cliff Kingsbury is the offensive coordinator I want. If he says that, then I think the Raiders are dumb to not hire him. Because you can't be willing to roll the dice on Davis Webb and then not be able to roll the dice on Cliff Kingsbury. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think if they go out and they get Webb, whoever he wants, you got to consider it. Right now we got almost 1,600 people here in the building. If you haven't already hit that like button, please, 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 please make sure that you do so. We are getting closer and closer to 1,000 likes. I want to see what you guys have to say. Did you see the spike on Kalshi today for Kubiak? I did not. They're not sponsoring today, so I have no idea. JD, I want Kubiak. What do you think drafting Elijah Surratt in round 2 like the Burrow-Chase combo? How about Charles Woodson, DC? I mean, Woodson, I don't think Woodson would have any interest at all being the defensive coordinator. You know, a lot of times, like, we sit back and we go, oh, would this player want to join? I mean, Woodson right now is running his own business. He's got Woodson Whiskey. He's got so many other things going on. I actually think being a DC might pay him less than what he's making now out there doing his thing. So I'm going to say no to Woodson. In terms of Surratt, the only way I think that you can honestly go about this is if you say, all right, I'm not going to sign a wide receiver in free agency. Like, I believe signing a guy like Alec Pierce for $20 million a year is more valuable than drafting Surratt in round 2, only because of already the amount of young, inexperienced wide receivers that we have on our roster. So then instead of drafting a wide receiver in round 2, then I would look at being able to add an edge, maybe a defensive tackle, another person that can play in the trenches. So it's not that I don't like Surratt. I actually think Omar Cooper, the other receiver from Indiana, probably going to be a round 3 pick because the Raiders have 3 fourth-rounders if you wanted to. Maybe that's where you can kind of move up and go get your guy. But again, it's not that I don't like Elijah Surratt. It's just it wouldn't be the way that I built this Raiders team. Mando, if I was going to be Webb, they would have hired him already. I think they really want Klint. I'm good either way. You know, there's a part of me where I don't think it's necessarily if it was going to be Webb, they would have hired him already. I do think that they are interested in Webb. I think that they want Davis Webb. But I shouldn't say I don't think that Webb's literally their number 1 guy. In my heart of hearts, I would have a hard time believing that Klint Kubiak is not number 1 on their list. Right? Like, if John Spytek and Tom Brady said, nope, Davis Webb's number 1 on my list, I'd be like, man, I find that hard to believe. I think it's more just Klint doesn't know what he wants to do yet. So until they get an answer, and, you know, maybe that's one of the reasons why Schefter reported what he did. Maybe the Raiders told Klint Kubiak, hey, like, I want to be able to schedule a second interview by Wednesday. Klint's either going to be able to say yes to that interview or he's going to say no to that interview. I wonder if the Raiders are like, well, if you say no to that interview, well, then I got to move forward with Davis Webb. Again, if it's up to me, I'm willing to wait. Davis Webb's a risk. Waiting for Klint Kubiak's a risk. I think one of those is a 2-week risk. The other one is a much bigger investment of a risk. If you're willing to risk it with Davis Webb, why the hell wouldn't you be interested in risking it, waiting 2 extra weeks for Klint Kubiak? It's because after you consider it, the facts, just saying. Sorry, Suave, I got no idea. I'll say we're basically all caught up on all the Super Chats, which shout out to all of y'all. Again, I planned on staying live today. I was kind of hoping that maybe some other Raiders news would end up going down. Like I said, I plan on hanging out with y'all, but also at the same time, the way that I'm going to stay live today is if the questions keep coming in, if the NFL news keeps coming in. I plan on staying live for basically all day, but also at the same time, if you guys are, I mean, we could try to design something, but we'd have to do a lot on the fly. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Alfredo, head coach Webb, OC Josh McCown, DC Raheem Morris, offensive line coach Carmen Brasillo, Mendoza quarterback. I love this recipe. I do. I think this is a really good recipe for success. You get McCown, who's been working underneath Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell comes from the Sean McVay tree. Then on top of that, McCown was working with Davis Webb in 2018 with the New York Jets, so they probably know how to properly work with a rookie quarterback compared to not properly working with a quarterback. And then in the other same breath, Raheem Morris is a phenomenal defensive-minded coach. O-line, you guys know how much I love Carmen Brasillo. I think he's a top 5 offensive line coach in the NFL. You pair that with Mendoza, I think that's a pretty damn good recipe for success. So today, we've been doing a put your money where your mouth is. If you want Davis Webb, you send in the Super Chat, let me know. We're going to add to the point total. Just got 10 points there for Mr. Webb. Kubiak's got a big lead. I'm not shocked. that Klint Kubiak's got a big lead. Let's go to Jude. What up, Jude? Signed contract with Webb today as head coach with contract contingency that if Kubiak wants the Raiders head coaching job, Webb agrees to be the Raiders OC. I don't mind that. I just don't know if Davis Webb agrees to that. You know, like I don't think Webb agrees to that. It's perfect for us, right? I mean, that's like you got two girls. I mean, it's like being on The Bachelor and going like, hey, I'm going to marry her. But if she also wants to marry me, I'm going to leave you because I want her more.
But with also saying, we can stay friends and have sex on the side. Because that's basically what it is. It's like, yeah, I'll marry you, but if she says yes, I'm going to marry her, but you can stay in my life, and we'll have some fun on the weekends.
Alex, are you listening? No, just kidding. Delete. Now we got to end the
Delete.
stream. Now we got to end the whole stream, man.
So he said he's just messing with you. For whatever it was, I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry, Suave. I didn't understand what it was, but I'll always show up and show out to the great tuna. Show up and show out to the great tuna. Also, LA Crash Dog, I just saw you got in the duck race. Shout out to Crash Dog. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to stay live here for a little bit longer. We're going to get through all the super chats. We're going to run a duck race, and then I'm actually getting a message here from one of my bosses, and I need to be able to help out with some other things. So what I'm going to end up doing is, let's say we're going to get through all the supers. We're going to run the duck race. Obviously, if the super chats keep coming in, I'm going to stay live. But if no more super chats are here, then Reed and I are going to hop off. That way Reed can help out doing a few other things. And then obviously if there's any other breaking news that happens, we will come back here. And I'm going to be very honest with you. As soon as I log off here, I'm going to help out Chat Sports with a few things. And then I'm going to essentially get ready. I'm going to get an entire live together in case they hire Klint.
Yeah.
Or in case like the plan is to hire Klint.
Right, because you can't actually hire him. But if they say, I don't know, we're going to have to look at the rules on that.
What?
What they can and can't say.
You cannot hire him.
But can they say, oh, we're like Davis Webb, they're basically saying no to him because they believe it's going to be
I am
Klint?
under the impression they are not allowed to, like, the Raiders behind closed doors could be like, we're going to hire Klint Kubiak. But I don't think it could be out there like, it could probably be reported that the Raiders are expected to hire Klint Kubiak after the Super Bowl. Like, that could be something.
And we would go live for that.
I mean, if like Schefter or Rapp, one of those guys is like, it's expected that the Raiders are going to hire Klint Kubiak.
Then that's
probably good enough for me.
Because I think that's what happened. That's kind of what happened with Harbaugh, right? It was like, not obviously he's not in the Super Bowl, but like, oh, it's expected. Nothing's set yet. Hasn't happened actually, but it's expected. And we were kind of like, and then like maybe like a couple hours or like a day later, it's actually happening.
I would honestly probably, like, if the report came out, the Raiders are expected to hire Klint Kubiak to be their next head coach, I'd go live for that.
Yeah.
And then once it became officially official, I probably would go live for that again.
Yeah.
What up, Cowboy? Woodson is a minority owner of the Browns. Could he even take a coaching job? I guess no then. I guess the answer to that is no. I don't think that you can. You can't be a minority owner and be a coach. I don't think that aligns.
I don't think that's possible.
Appreciate you, real Cowboy. What up, Gannon? It's my guy. If DC
Who is DC?
I know, right? Showed good coaching result. What do you think about him as a quarterback coach or something? I'm nostalgic. My first ever quarterback when I became a Raider fan. I'd love to see him as a Raider again. I mean, I would love to see him as a Raider again as well. I want him to retire a Raider. I don't know if that's a job that Derek Carr is interested in. You know, I think just far too often we think, oh, they would want that job. Yeah. Again, the only experience I can really get is I was talking to this, probably 2 months ago at this point. Actually, probably longer than that. I was talking to Richie Incognito, and this is like right around when everyone's starting to really truly realize how much of a shit show Carmen Brasillo is as an offensive line coach. And I asked Incognito, I was like, would you want to be the Raiders offensive line coach? He was like, I have no interest in that job.
Yeah.
Because I also think, there's a lot of, they want to be able to enjoy life after football. And I'm not saying that they're not trying to make money. I mean, but Carr, I don't necessarily think he's hurting for money. And he's probably making some money with his podcast. He gets a laid-back life, gets to spend time with his 4 kids that are growing
up.
And
the Saints still have his rights, right?
I believe so. It's been very poorly, I feel like, reported. Because there's sometimes I look and it's like, no, they renegotiated this contract. There's other times, like, every time I talk to our Saints guy, Trace makes it sound
like I don't know.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know really what to do. So, if you got to trade for him, absolutely not. But
yeah,
I hear you. I know it'd be nostalgic. Stabler, with regards to Clint Mendoza argument, no one Klint Kubiak would be a fool to not want to work with Mendoza.
Oh, number one.
So you're basically saying...
He said number one, Clint would be a fool not to work with Mendoza. And number two...
I agree with that. Who would bring in... There's nobody out there in free agency. I think it would be Jalen Milroe. And I'm just shooting blanks here.
Or Malik Willis.
See, I don't think that to me, then you got to go out and spend... I think Malik Willis, I'm telling you right now, gets $25 to $30 million this year, this offseason. There's
a lot of QB-needy teams.
There's a lot of QB-needy teams. He's the top guy in free agency. Daniel Jones blew out his Achilles. Not a lot of quarterbacks in the draft. Like, supply and demand. That's why the number 1 pick is worth so much this year. And I think you're going to see a deal where Malik's getting somewhere in the 25, maybe 30. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if he got a deal like Justin Fields, where it's 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed.
Yep.
I think like a deal like that could happen. I say Jalen Milroe because Jalen Milroe right now is on Seattle. And I could build an offense with Jalen Milroe as my quarterback. It's a risk, but I also think moving on for Mendoza's risk. What up, Jason? How about Wink Martindale for DC? No. I would say the only way possible, or that it was possible for Wink, is if they would have hired Minter, because Minter and Martindale have some overlap at Michigan. But at this point, no, I do not think that Wink Martindale would be a defensive coordinator for the Las Vegas Raiders. What up, Nipple? Put a shirt on. Miller, JPJ, Linderbaum, Glaze, Grant is fire. I like Linderbaum. I know that some of y'all have brought my attention that, like, Sanjit isn't high on him, and I think Sanjit's one of the best in the biz in terms of his offensive line breakdown. But to me, this is a really good O-line. To me, the thing here is, like, I do like Charles Grant more as a tackle than I do DJ Glaze. But no matter what, it would be DJ Glaze. Maybe you let Meredith battle it out a little bit. Also, you throw out a name like Caleb Rogers. Can they battle for the other guard position? I'll also say this, though. This is good, but this is like, I love the JPJ Linderbaum side, but your left side of the offensive line is clearly better than your right side of the line. And that would worry me. Like, if you want Charles Grant to be your right tackle, I don't have a problem with that. But to me, I'm going to go out and I'm going to spend some extra money then, and I'm going to try to find an extra right guard. Because DJ Glaze, to me, wouldn't be the guy. He makes me very nervous. He's coming off a really rough year. But again, Carmen Bracilla. Die Hard Raider, do you think Sanders making the Pro Bowl diminishes the entire idea of the Pro Bowl as a stat altogether for all future Hall of Famers now? I'll say this. It's not even the worst one in the last 3 years. It's not even the worst one. I'm going to see if I can get you the exact stats. Again, I think like people bring it up because it is Shedeur Sanders, but Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl in 2022. Okay,
as a reserve, right?
Yeah, but he is a Pro Bowl quarterback. Tyler Huntley threw for 658 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. I guess I'm going to say this: Shedeur Sanders making the Pro Bowl. Does it diminish it? Yes. Was it already diminished? Yes. And that's where, again, like when people hit me with, oh, that guy was a Pro Bowler. With all due respect, I don't even look at that as being an impressive stat anymore.
Yeah.
If Tyler Huntley can make the Pro Bowl throw for less than 700 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions, and I also think the Pro Bowl anymore is the biggest joke waste of time of all time. Like, I actually think the NFL should figure out a way to put it in the middle of the year. Put it in the middle of the year. You add in a few extra bye weeks, because what it ends up turning into is nobody wants to do it. I don't know if anybody would want to do it in the middle of the year. But I'm also a big, it doesn't make sense to waste people's time. And you're wasting players' times. Now, they get to take their family on a vacation, which is cool and all. But like, does anybody here watch the Pro Bowl? Why for yes and for no?
Oh, that's a tough one.
I mean, I'll tell you this right now. There is no way in hell I'm sitting down and watching the Pro Bowl. There's no
You know what I'll do? I'll watch the.
I'd
events.
watch I would say I watch
the throwing events, the flag football. That's fun. Like all that stuff. But the actual game, dude.
You couldn't pay me to do it. Well, that's not true. But if somebody was like, Mitch, how many bangs for you to do the Pro Bowl? It would be a lot of bangs. I'm telling you that right now.
I also think
I have no interest in it. I mean, look, there's literally all no's.
Yeah, it's all no's. But that's when like Goodell.
Rob, I'm with you. I don't know the last time I watched.
That's when Goodell. It's like, okay, how do you make it more entertaining?
Yeah.
It's like, well, you got to go look back at the analytics and look at your most watched games and be like, okay, why did people watch those games? Well, competitiveness, maybe, close games, stuff like that. The Pro Bowl is never competitive, and it's never a close game. So it's like, what can you change? And I think it's the desire to play the actual game. So for the players that are playing, like, they don't want to get hurt because they're waiting for next season when the season actually matters. And it's like, well, what changed? I think just the love of the game and the ability to show off.
It's not an honor anymore, though. Like,
yeah.
I could understand if making the Pro Bowl was an honor, and if there was, I mean, they get paid a little bit of money, but for guys that are making millions of dollars, I don't remember how much it is. It'd be like me handing you $20. It's like, oh, like, I appreciate that $20. Sick. But like, that's not going to make me want to go to the Pro Bowl.
I was going to say I'm not going to really show out and go crazy and risk injury for $20.
I would say this, to me, the way that the NFL would have to make the Pro Bowl interesting again, I actually think it would have to be where teams get compensated in some way. Like, maybe, if your quarterback makes the Pro Bowl, you get, I don't know, maybe a bump in salary cap, or maybe you get some comp picks in the draft or something like that. Like, it's sad, but that's probably what it would honestly have to come to. And then there's the problem of, if I'm a player, am I helping a team that actually, I don't even know if that would work. Because if you're a free agent, you don't give a flying flip if you're helping out your old team or not.
I saw something.
It probably would have to be more money in their pocket.
Michael's message is held for review.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna show it because it's not that bad. He said they need the lingerie bowl.
I hate to admit it. I'd probably watch that more. Powder puff. It's when, I mean, they literally wear
the bikini bowl, like league or something like that. It's like
see those girls out there, like, they actually hit each other.
Dude, they hit each other and they crack beers and stuff. Like, that's sick. But
I'd go live.
I have
for that.
seen. Alex might keep you home.
I mean, if Alex is like, I didn't realize football was happening today. It's just Reed and I are just going to go in. We're just going to do this live. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal. Like, why do you have all that cologne on?
No, we definitely would not be able to say, "Show me those TDs." After a touchdown. We'd have to
we
switch
would not
that
be able
up.
to say that.
Yeah, that would definitely have to get switched up.
I think you get rid of. I've seen this before. I think you get rid of the Pro Bowl.
Rev, now we're talking.
I think you get rid of the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And you have the basically it's the toilet bowl. There's two different ways you could do this, though. The toilet bowl, where you got the Raiders and the Jets, right?
Yep.
They pick back-to-back, or
Yep.
1 and 2. They play each other. Whoever wins
Gets the number 1 pick.
gets the number 1 pick. And obviously it's just,
I say no right now.
because you have the number 1 overall pick.
But I will admit that would be.
If you had number 2, and they would play their hearts out.
As a football fan.
Because if you're going to tank, you tanked the entire season for that pick, and then you might lose it because you're playing against the Jets.
But I think the other side of that coin would be, would that team actually play, though? Because if I'm Pete Carroll, if I win that game, that hurts my chances of coming back.
Right, but
So I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it actually fixes the problem.
But if there has to be an incentive if you win the game, you get money.
G-Tal lover, Mitch better hope his wife don't watch the show. Oh, man. I guess we'll find out whether or not she watched or not if I'm here tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving here on the program. Appreciate these last few questions. They've been really good. George, I don't think your take on Telesco is fair. He had a great draft, amazing free agency, and he was dumped for Spytech, Brady's BFF, and he was saddled with AP. Just, in my opinion, better job than drafting. So the only reason why I'm not going to totally disagree with it. I think he did a really good job in the draft. I was a big fan of Bowers. I like the JPJ pick. I hear you loud and clear. To me, though, the number one reason why Telesco did fail, and it's the same reason, a big reason why McDaniels failed, it's a big reason why Pete failed, you can get a lot of other things right. And this is why, you should want the Raiders to take Mendoza. At the end of the day, Telesco chose the wrong quarterback. Telesco decided to pay Gardner Minshew 2 years, $25 million. That was the wrong decision. I think all of us Raider fans knew in our heart of hearts, dude, Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew is going to be a really rough year. But we're hopeful, right? Hopeful. You got to be hopeful. I'm not going to totally disagree, but I also think, the Cleveland Browns bringing in Telesco is the definition of why organizations stay bad. Because, again, I'm not saying that Telesco didn't have certain spots that were unfair. I don't totally disagree with you. And getting stuck with AP, that's kind of a tough one to swallow as well. But, at the same time, there's so many other people that I think are more – that would do a better job helping you decide who's going to get you in the right direction than Tom Telesco. And I don't think that that's an unfair statement to make. If Kubiak's coming, is Shaheed coming too? Pause. I would say the most likely receiver that the Raiders would sign in the offseason is Rashid Shaheed. Again, I'm still team Alec Pierce. I think he'd be a phenomenal fit with us. But Shaheed was there in New Orleans, got traded to Seattle this past year. So, if you look at all of the things aligning, I also think it'd be a phenomenal fit for the Raiders because, again, I want to be able to sit up here and be hopeful that Dante Thornton Jr. can be that field stretcher that we're hoping he can be. But also at the same time, I don't think he's even close to being NFL ready. So if you're the Raiders and you want to run the football, I do think a very important role that's often not talked about is that ability to stretch the field. And, the Raiders don't really, I think, have a good downfield threat right now. Trey Tucker's good, but he's also small and he's got some drop issues. Whether we like to admit it or not, it's the truth. I also think Tucker does a lot better work in the 5-10 intermediate route range. Yards after the catch, let him pick it up in that regard. Jack Besh isn't a field stretcher, good back shoulders. Same with Mayer and same with Bowers. But if you're able to add a field stretcher like Rashid Shaheed, that's something that this offense without a doubt needs. PG, that's Sancha Reed? Don't know. PG, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Suava, no, I don't watch the two girls, one Pro Bowl. What about two guys, one sandbox? Suave, that's be something you'd be interested in. Sean Landon Clark, Carr just sold his house in Vegas and is moving to Fresno. He's currently helping coach at a Christian high school in town. He isn't an option.
There you go.
Shout out to Sean. Stabler, do an AI version that can somehow be interactive with fans.
An AI version of you?
With me? Interesting.
Maybe an AI version of the Pro Bowl?
See, I've actually thought about doing this video. Give me a Y for yes, N for no. Running an AI bot and trying to have them predict what the Raiders are going to do this offseason.
That's fun.
So, I've thought about doing, shows of, I don't know, the Raiders drafted Mendoza and AI ran 10 seasons and this is the result. Doing a show like that. Now, I'll be honest with you. That's a show I would do May, June, and July.
We would, and we would really, heavily say in the beginning, this is AI.
I might even put a picture of Allen Iverson on the thumbnail.
Probably. By the way, did you see Allen Iverson?
No.
There was a post on Twitter, I think from like Barstool or something, that he was at a charity event in Australia.
Okay.
And he was a dick.
Oh, really?
Like really mean, and somebody outed him for being really mean. And like whole like thing. I'll have to maybe I'll pick it up.
Oh, man,
we can look at it after. But
that's sad. I mean,
sad,
again,
because
like,
I love AI.
I mean, again, I'm not a Sixers
Allen
fan.
Iverson.
Yeah, my dad, my dad grew up a Dr. J fan, so he was a big like Sixers guy. And me and my like best friend from home, he was a big Sixers fan. He's actually, I mentioned him from time to time. His name's Ross. He was like the only Raider fan that I knew growing up. But when we were kids, he had a basketball hoop in his backyard, and he would always wear the Allen Iverson jersey, and I'd wear the Eric Snow.
Eric Snow.
And we would just go out there and we'd hoop. But there's certain players that you look up to, and I'm not saying Allen Iverson's up there with Kobe. I know Cass Joe, we were just talking about Kobe earlier. But me, like, as a kid, like, the way that I think about Kobe, Allen Iverson.
I wanted cornrows, dude.
You wanted cornrows?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yeah, my one cousin got cornrows, but that was for Latrell Sprewell.
Wow,
from
that's
the
a name.
Knicks. That's
Latrell
a throwback.
Sprewell. Oh, my God.
Give me a random NBA name. Let's see if we got any NBA hoop heads here. What up, Luis? What's your Pro Bowl prize picks lineup? I don't even know if they do it. I have no idea if they even do a prize. I don't even think they do it. Because I was just on Prize Picks. I was looking at like some of the big game ones. I don't think they do it, and I don't think that they should. I'll say this, whatever it is, I'd probably go less on. Because players come in and out. Though there isn't a lot of defense, so maybe that'd be better to go the more.
I don't think they're going to have anything.
I don't think they're going to have one.
They probably have stuff for like the individual events, like how many points certain person's going to get, because they take that seriously. But
I love some of these names.
what do we got?
So Mike Bibby is a phenomenal name.
Mike Bibby's always a good one.
So when I was a kid, my dad, he bought me like all these like little action figures. They were like literally like this big.
Mo Williams.
I just saw Sean Kemp, Sonics. I had that one. I'll never forget that. Had Mike Bibby. I was a big Bibby fan. Now again, I played point guard when I was a kid.
Meta World Peace. What?
You know who that is?
It's Ron Artest.
Okay, I was like, I didn't know if you knew who it was.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Cousins, Rajon Rondo.
He's not random, but
I mean, some of these are pretty decent. I remember when I told my dad I wanted to play basketball and not baseball. I was like 7th, 8th grade, I think is when I told him that.
He's like, no.
He's like, you're playing baseball. I mean, I don't know if I can say exactly what he said to me, but he was like, you're going to play baseball. Mm-hmm. He goes, Mitch, you're white and you're not tall. You're playing baseball.
There you go.
I was like, all right.
Spud Webb.
Fair enough. Though if it wasn't for my dad saying that, I don't know if I would have ever went to college. Pro Bowl winning team players get $500,000 each.
Loser should get nothing.
$50,000 each. It's not bad. I'll tell you this, it's actually more than I thought. It's actually more than I thought, PG. And I guess that should fire some people up.
Is that like true, or is that what it?
I mean, I'm guessing.
Is that what he's saying it should be?
I trust PG.
I don't know if that was him saying like that's what he would do. Peja Stojakovic. Stojakovic is funny.
Dude, Peja Stojakovic.
Peja Stojakovic.
What was he, number 16? Is that
Peja,
right?
Hold on.
Is that right?
Peja's.
All right, so I just looked it up here.
He was number 16.
In 2026, NFL Pro Bowl players are expected to receive significant payouts for participating in Pro Bowl games, with winning conference players earning approximately $92,000. So if you are on the team that wins the Pro Bowl, you win $92,000. The losing conference players receive around $46,000. Also, it depends on like how big of a player you are. First-time selections potentially earning $15,000 and veterans up to $75,000. Interesting. Again, I just looked it up on Google. I don't know how. Again, I don't pay attention as much to the Pro Bowl and how much they make Because now I'm seeing another article
Also,
that shows
Peja is
more.
up there.
Oh, dude, Peja could freaking shoot the rock, man. Peja, Mike Bibby. My dad's other random favorite player, Wally Szczerbiak.
Wally Szczerbiak. What?
Minnesota Timberwolves. No matter what, though, I don't think it's a lot of money for some of these guys.
No.
I don't think it's $500,000. I have not seen anything close to that. I've seen.
No, that's why I was saying I think that's what he said it should be.
Oh, I got you.
I was like, where's that money coming from, though?
No, I mean, based on that article I just read on Google, again, we'll see.
You should do every fine that.
But think about it.
Fine from every fine from the league, like
it
the
just
whole
gets
year,
put into a big
it just
pot.
goes into a big pot, and whoever wins the Pro Bowl wins that pot.
The only reason why I'll say no to that is because every NFL fine or suspension gets donated to a charity.
I know.
Well, no, it's kind of like Squid Game Pro Bowl style.
Yep.
Josh, if you do that AI video, run like Madden Sim seasons. Well, again, I wouldn't control it. Like, to me,
No, yeah, we would ask AI and then talk about what they said.
that's how I would do it. John, Nick Van Axel. See, I feel like I don't remember Nick Van Axel playing for the Lakers. Was he the high White Sox guy? Did he play for the Sixers? Nick Van Axel?
Well, he said Lakers.
I know, but in my memory, see, that's not who I'm thinking of.
Played for the Nuggets, the Mavs.
High White Sox guy.
Oh, yes. Wait, look at this.
I see some high White Sox. Okay. What did he play? You said, did he play for the Sixers? Honestly, that's maybe. Yeah, I love this game. You guys are dropping some randos on me.
Wait here. What about this?
So he played for the Lakers, Nuggets, Mavericks, Warriors, Blazers, Spurs.
This?
Little Nick. I mean, I was gonna say I don't know why, but as soon as I thought of his name, I thought of high White Sox. Love the name drop there, dude. Love the name drop.
Yeah.
I think we got what? We got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 more super chats to get through. Then we're going to do a duck race here on the show, and then I'm going to hop on out of here. I think, I got to help out my boss with something before I get out of here today. Also, I'm going to start planning and just getting everything together in case the Raiders do plan on hiring Klint Kubiak. Because right now I got everything ready for Davis Webb.
Yep.
I had everything ready for Jesse Minter. So I just want to be able to get everything ready for Kubiak just in case it happens. What up, Jason? Drake, so you got Chuck. Wait, so you got Chuck to months after I got.
You got Chuck 2 months after I got my chocolate lab. I got married 2 months after you. Now we got baby conversation. When is little Sons of Mitch's coming?
That's a long, long ways away. I'd say.
Sons of Mitch's.
Sons of Mitch's. I love that.
I like that.
Might steal that.
Yeah, you guys might have to get pregnant now.
Sons of Mitch's.
Yeah.
What if we made like a shirt like that? Sons of Mitch's. It's like a Just Win baby right there.
In
all honesty, I'm a big I'm not in any rush. My wife's a lot younger than I am. I shouldn't say a lot. I mean, she's like 5 years younger than me. So to me, I personally think I'm ready right now, but I also don't want to rush her, and I'm also not the one pushing out a baby. So I would probably say 5 years. I'd probably say 5 years if I'm being 100% honest with y'all. But again, if Alex is like, "Hey, I'm ready tomorrow," I'll tell you this: I would try. Practice makes perfect. That's what they say. Drake, I appreciate that though, dude. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Kent, I want the coach with the best plan for Mendoza in the future. This is the right answer. And sometimes we get too tied up in the names. At times, I almost wish we could know this is what this coach wants. This is what this coach wants. This is what this coach wants. Which one would you pick, right? Because we're all sitting here going, Klint Kubiak, Klint Kubiak, Klint Kubiak. What if somebody asked earlier, what if he wants to not draft Mendoza? I don't think many people would be as excited about Klint Kubiak then. But to me, you take this job if you want to work with Mendoza. If you're telling me you don't want Mendoza, I don't think this job's nearly as attractive to me personally. But who is this?
I saw this name in the chat.
Purvis Short?
I saw this name in the chat. I thought it was hilarious.
I'll tell you this right now. If you would have said gun to my head, is this a real person? I don't know if I would have got it right.
I do not know.
I have no idea.
So Random name. John Stockton.
One of the greatest point guards of all time.
Yeah.
One of the greatest to ever do it. Purvis Short. What a name drop right there. PG, that was an idea. Shout out to PG, man.
How about, hold on, I got one. I got a funny one for you.
I'm looking. Mitch, I asked AI when the Raiders will win the Super Bowl. It said 2032. We're getting close. We're getting close. Oh, man, I have no idea who that is.
Oh, come on. No? I'm going to see who can get it. Who's the first one to get this? Who's the first one to get this?
No idea.
Amon. Norris Cole. No,
Would have never got it.
Just Carson said Mario something. No, that's Mario Chalmers.
Oh, dude,
they were on the same team.
Mario Chalmers got a special place in my heart. I won a March Madness tournament.
Yeah, Mario Chalmers.
When he hit
was
that
the
game winner for Kansas.
They played on the same team.
Simon TG, I see you are in the duck race. Shout out to Simon TG. Let's go to Gary Backus. You're in the duck race. And then Richard Magbull also in the duck race. Friendly reminder out there, $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. Your final chance to get in. So I know I said I was going to be here live all day today. I did not account that. Again, it's just the God honest truth, y'all. The weather down here in Dallas is kind of weird and crazy. So sometimes, like, certain guys got to go pitch in and help in other spots because not everybody can drive into the office right now. Again, I've never seen a city shut down the way Dallas does because of snow and ice, and we're kind of getting pulled in some different directions here. So, again, I apologize for that. Obviously, if the Raiders end up hiring a head coach, I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to be – honestly, I hope that they hire somebody now. That way I don't have to leave. But Reed needs to go help. I need to go help elsewhere. So I do apologize for that, but just blame it on the weather. Blame it on Mother Nature.
This is Detlef Shrimp.
Detlef Shrimp?
Detlef Shrimp.
Wild. Playing on the Onyx.
The Onyx.
I think the Seattle Onyx.
Seattle Onyx.
All right. Final chance for y'all to get in. I see Drama 9090 said Detlef Shrimp.
Oh, yeah. Let's look
that.
That
is an unbelievable name drop. I'll tell you this. I've never heard of that person. Never, ever, ever heard of that person. Wild. Wild. All right, I'm refreshing my phone. Sergio PG, shout out to you. Sergio, PG, you're going to be at the event, right? You're located in San Jose. For anybody out there that doesn't know, I will be in San Jose, California, Friday, February 6th, Fairway Sports Bar and Lounge.
Oh,
look it up.
I have that.
Look it up.
I have that.
I got it. You can call to reserve your spot, which I should actually call them to make sure that everything's good. Friday, February 6th, 7 to 10 p.m. I'll say this. I think we're going to be there a little bit longer. I also found out that some other guys from Chat Sports are going to be there. So some other guys will be there. Yep. You guys get to meet some other people from Chat Sports.
Oh, I'll ask after. Who it is. I want to keep it a secret for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they can just go look up their name, and they'll find the channel and find everything about them.
True. John.
That's so funny.
Detlef Shrimp. Wild. All right, y'all. Final chance to get in. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. I saw Jose. You just got in. Right now, the winner would go home with, as it stands, $200 here on the Raiders Report. Again, we went live today at about 11, so this will probably be about a 4-hour live stream.
Yep.
I typically go live at 4 p.m. Eastern time, so obviously I'm not going to be live for 4 p.m. Eastern time. If any other Raiders news does end up happening, you guys already know, I'll get you guys a video on that. And I'm just going to start pre-planning and getting some other stuff ready to rock and roll in case the Raiders do end up hiring a coach. Because a lot of stuff happened early this morning where obviously, the Raiders had an interview with Joe Brady yesterday, had their interview with Davis Webb last night, had an interview with Brian Daboll this morning. Joe Brady takes the Bills job. Brian Daboll makes it clear that I'm either A, going to take the Titans OC job, or I'm going to take the Raiders head coach job. And now there's been a lot of rumors around Klint Kubiak. There's, if any other stuff comes out, I promise you, I'm going to do my best to keep you guys up to date. Why is Venmo lagging on sending payments? I sent 20. I got yours, Gabriel. Gabriel Ruiz, unless you sent another one. Yeah, Gabriel, I got you in here as the 15th person. You were right after LA Crash Dog. If I didn't mention your name, I apologize, but I thought I mentioned everybody's name. Bayou just got in. Gotcha, Mr. Bayou. Yeah, right now I got Bayou, Jose, Sergio, Richard, Gary, Simon, Gabriel, L.A., Steven, Corbel, Tyler, Dueling, Suavemente, LCA, Luis was for the hat. Daniel Scriver, I got that one. Justine Gonzalez, Steven, MUI, Rustin Long, Jeremy Valve, Dwayne M, David NIIZ, Carlos Comedy, Mark Call. Those are the people that are in this duck race right now. If you didn't hear your name, yell at me. Yell at me, yell at me, yell at me. Holla at your boy.
There's
Holla.
21 names.
Let's do it. Winner's going to go home. $210 here on the show.
So I have a fun one for you.
Uh-oh. A fun one.
Yeah.
Mr. Panda Express. What up, Mitch? Keep up the great work. What are your thoughts on Shador making the Pro Bowl? Honestly, man, I got no thoughts on it. It's not the worst person to ever make the Pro Bowl. I think it's actually good for the Pro Bowl, if I'm being honest with you, like from a rating standpoint, because I think that's all the Pro Bowl really cares about is ratings. Shador will get more people to watch, no doubt about it. But also at the same time, I don't really think that anybody watches the Pro Bowl.
The Jags just said
I was just gonna read it. Go for it.
OC Grant Udinski and DC Anthony Campanelli will remain on the team for the 2026 season.
Means they probably
Dominoes are continuing to fall.
I mean, the Browns wanted Grant Udinski. And Udinski said, no, thank you. I'm staying in Jacksonville. No, thank you. I'm staying in Jacksonville.
I just want to show these Super Chats real quick.
Shout out to my guy, God Family and Raiders for Life. Shout out to you, Mr. Panda, Rick and Morty. Yeah,
Missed that show.
I think it's fallen off a little bit.
Yep.
But it's also a show that's so out there. Like a Rick and Morty episode would be this. Like Rick and Morty would be like, all right, Morty. We're going to bid on spiders, Morty. Morty. Like, I mean, there would be an alternative universe where people race spiders.
Yeah.
That's a Rick and Morty skit if I've ever seen one. All right, y'all. Final refresh here on my phone.
So, do you know why we're doing spiders?
Davis Webb?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun, right?
I like it. 3.
Wait.
2.
I had to shuffle. Shuffle again. Shuffle
1.
3 times. And we're going.
Let's get it going.
Oh, my goodness. We could have done scary ones or cute ones. These are the cute ones.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm like, oh, my God.
These are the scary ones.
I'm like, I kind of want to see what the scary ones look like.
Your reaction was so funny. You're like, really?
Well, I think we've done the cartoony, spiders. So I was like, did they switch
Well,
it?
I did scary spiders because if they hire Webb, it's a little scary.
A little scary. Yeah. It's definitely a little scary, no doubt about it. Right now,
Tyler Dueling.
Looks like Steven Corbel got a little bit of a lead. Right now. Also, Grant Udinski was set to... Ooh, that's interesting. So before the Bills gave Brady the job, there was, I guess, a chance that Udinski...
2, 1!
Marco!
we were so locked into what was going on. Marco!
Shout out to Mark. He was actually the first person in this race.
Hey. Shout out Mark.
Shout out to my guy Mark. Shout out to my guy Mark.
Mark.
All right, y'all. I'm getting ready to hop on out of here. Appreciate each and every one of y'all tuning in. Luke, Mitch, since Kenny Pickett will be gone, do you think that we'll need to sign a third quarterback? Yes. I do. I think you're going to have to probably draft one on top of Mendoza. I think it's really important to obviously keep Aiden O'Connell, but if you have Mendoza, you have Aiden O'Connell, in all honesty, the way that you might not have to go out and add another quarterback, maybe that's also part of the Davis Webb conversation. You're like, hey, man, I can also be that coach for you guys, but you probably have to go out and get somebody else no matter what. Just from a depth perspective. And even if that guy ends up being the third quarterback emergency guy, whether it happens in free agent, I think if you're the Raiders and you go that route, it's got to be somebody that you trust and that you believe in that can help develop Mendoza to be the best version of himself. But I apologize. No big-time Raiders news really happened today. Was really, really hoping PG be ready for some shots, Mitch. I ain't taking shots from you, I'll tell you that. I ain't taking shots from you. Obviously, if any other things happen around the Raiders today, I will do my best to keep you guys up to date. I got to go help out around the studio here. Obviously, a lot of snow, a lot of shitty weather here in the Dallas Metroplex. So I apologize for we got to just go help out some of the other guys here that need help. And Reed is the Swiss Army knife of this office. He does so many things around here, so it's honestly probably more his help's needed than mine. But I'm going to end up. I am going to. What? From PG. Said, be ready for those shots. Be ready for the shots, Mark Cole. Mark, if you could confirm that you just received the money also, that would be dope. Now, the only reason why I don't do shots, PG's a big reason, part of that, but shots are for sprints. Beer drinking is a marathon, and I'm trying to do a marathon when I go out to San Jose, California. Obviously, if the Raiders end up hiring a coach, I will be live here on the program, but as soon as I get off here right now, I am going to just start getting everything ready to go for Klint Kubiak, so that way, if the news ends up dropping, you guys already know. We're going to do our best to keep you up to date here. Shout out to Reed. Shout out to all y'all. Shout out to Cast Joey. Cast, I'm going to wear your jersey tomorrow. I am going to be live here on the Raiders Report again, bright and early tomorrow, waiting anxiously to see if the Raiders decide to make a move, going out and getting a future head coach. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. And if you see me later, because we got a head coach.